Sorry. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Melanie Sachs. I am the honor of being the House Chair from Freeport of EUT. This morning, we are going to do our required state government evaluation of an agency this morning. I would like to ask my committee, and good morning to you all, as we do introductions, if you could please slow down a little bit. I know I am certainly guilty of talking quite quickly, as you well know. But today, in an effort to make sure that the interpreters who are here today are able to keep up with us, which I have no doubt they can, as a courtesy to see if we can help make sure our words are a little more modulated than usual. That statement was mostly for me, but also for all of you. So we will start with committee introductions, and this morning we will start with Representative McIntyre.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I am Matthew McIntyre, representative for House District 18.
Good morning, Representative Valley Geiger, District 42, which contains the city of Rockland, most of Owl's Head, and the islands of North Haven, Cree Haven, Matinicus, and the Muscle Ridge.
Good morning, Representative Steve Foster from Dexter, representing District 32.
Hi, my name is Chris Kessler. I'm from South Portland. I represent part of South Portland and a smidgen of Cape Elizabeth.
Good morning, Nicole Grahowski. I represent Senate District 7, which is 22 communities in Hancock and Knox counties.
Good morning. My name is Sophie Warren, and I am fortunate to represent a small but mighty portion of Scarborough in the main house.
Good morning. My name is Reagan Paul, and I represent House District 37 in Waldo County.
Good morning. My name is Kilton Webb, and I represent District 98, which is all of Durham, all of Pownell, and parts of Bowdoin, Lisbon, and Topsom.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Nathan Wadsworth, and I represent House District 82, Southern Oxford County.
And we are joined by Representative Rente on Zoom. Representative Rente, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning. My name is Jerry Runte, and I represent parts of the towns of Wells and York, as well as the town of Ogunquit.
And good morning. We may have other committee members joining us as we move along during our day. So this morning, we will be starting with our Government Evaluation Act review of the Telecommunications Relay Services Council. Lindsay will start us off. After that, we do have some language reviews today, so it means that it's a very happy day for Lindsay Laxon, our wonderful analyst. And I also want to note our wonderful clerk, Lynn Lacroix, is with us as well today. And then we will be doing one work session this morning as well, if we have time, 1936. And then this afternoon, we have other work sessions. So looking forward to our day together. So we will begin by turning over to Lindsay to review sort of why we are doing the Government Evaluation Act for the Telecommunications Relay Service Council, which is under our purview. And we'll turn it over to you to set the table, Lindsay.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So just to orient the committee to all of the papers you have in front of you, you should have a GEA review one-page document that provides an overview of the process. I'll be walking you through that. That was also provided to members by email. You also have a packet from the Telecommunications Relay Services Council. This is their GEA report. And a cover letter from Ben Freck, who is the executive director for the council. So he will be presenting on this shortly, but I just want to give you an overview of what your task is under the law and kind of what we might expect from this morning. So the State Government Evaluation Act basically serves as a check and balance on agencies that administer state laws. This is provided for in statute, and this requires Agencies get reviewed every 8 years in accordance with a statutory timeline. And the agency is required to submit a program evaluation report, which is what you have in front of you. And the statute specifies exactly what needs to be in that report. You will see that in your packet. But the task for the committee is to consider the extent to which the agency operates in accordance with its statutory authority, the agency's degree of success in meeting its goals and objectives for each program, the agency's degree of success in meeting its statutory and administrative mandates, and the extent to which the agency has increased or reduced filing and paperwork burdens on the public. So Ben will come up and present the report for you. It will be an opportunity for the committee members to ask questions, get any additional information that you may need to render a decision with respect to those elements. After the council presents and the committee has asked questions, at that point, it would be an opportunity to discuss and amongst yourselves and determine if you have any recommendations, if you have concerns. I do want to flag for you that in your packet, behind that one-page document, I've given you some examples of past recommendations from the EUT committee. So for example, in the 130th, the committee looked at the Public Utilities Commission and conducted the GEA review. And you can see what that letter looks like, essentially saying the agency is operating within its statutory authority and then encouraging the PUC in its efforts to make proceedings more accessible. So there is an opportunity if the committee feels that you want to encourage the agency to do a certain thing, you can do that. I've also given you an example of a letter from the 129th. And so this relates to the Office of the Public Advocate, where the finding was just they're operating within their statutory authority. If you do have recommendations that necessitate a statutory change, you are able to propose legislation. So if you want to go down that road, we can certainly chat about it after the presentation. So I think I will stop there and see if anyone has any questions of me.
Any questions of Lindsay before we begin the proceeding? Seeing none. Thank you. And thank you for the examples as well.
All right, I will turn this over to the council.
Correct. Terrific. We'd like to invite up Mr. Benjamin Freck, the Executive Director. Welcome.
Thanks all. Good to see most of you again. I'll get started. Well, the new. Yeah. Representative Sachs and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Benjamin Freck, and I am the Executive Director for the TRS Council of Maine. I'm joined today by Council Chair John Post, and we are presenting the Council's GEA review on the Council's behalf. So telecommunication relay services are a method of telecommunication that enables deaf, deafblind, hard of hearing, or speech impaired individuals to communicate via specialized telecommunications equipment with another hearing individual. These services are either analog via traditional copper landline or digital. There is a subset of these services called caption telephone services, or CTS. In Maine, Hamilton Incorporated provides the CTS service, and T-Mobile provides a suite of the other TRS relay services. These services are provided at no cost to the user. Intrastate calls are funded by the Maine Universal Service Fund, and interstate calls are funded at the federal level. The mission of the council is to evaluate these services in the state and implement the Maine Telecommunications Relay Services Program as certified by the FCC pursuant to the Federal Code of Regulations, Part 64, Subpart F. The council is also the contract administrator for outreach services intended to increase education, awareness, and usage of telecommunications relay services amongst the deafblind, hard of hearing, or speech impaired population in the state who use these devices. More info regarding both statutory mandates is detailed in the review itself. The council consists of 11 seats, 8 of which are currently occupied, and is required to meet at least 4 times a year. In addition to the quarterly meetings, the council administers contracts, facilitates payments to vendors, assists with outreach and educational events, is a member of multiple national organizations, monitors policy at both the state and federal levels, and fulfills all state and federal reporting requirements. Following the passage of Public Law 2023, Chapter 182, the council hired an executive director in June of 2024. I work closely with the council chair to perform all the tasks listed previously on behalf of the council. Also, since that time, the council has made significant progress in many areas. Most importantly, both the relay service and outreach contracts were put out to bid following several years of one-year extensions of old contracts. Additionally, the council's bylaws and remote meeting policy were updated and reviewed by the Attorney General's office and are posted on the council's website. Policy is being monitored at the state and federal level, and Maine is an active member of national relay and equipment distribution organizations. The council hired Infor.me for a redesign of the council's website to increase functionality and accessibility. And finally, all reporting requirements were met on time, and the council is up to date with all payments to vendors. The most important issue for the council in upcoming years will be the analog to digital transition. This will be especially challenging in Maine due to the lack of internet access in many areas of the state and the aging population. In November of 2025, the SEC considered a notice of proposed rulemaking regarding the modernization of TRS services. The council is monitoring the issue and is working with the National Association for State Relay Administration to draft comments, which are due in early February. The next FCC open meeting is on January 29th, when they will consider another notice of proposed rulemaking regarding the modernization of internet-based TRS services. As mentioned in the report, the council directed a subcommittee to analyze the future of analog caption telephone service in the state over the past year. The subcommittee met 3 times, and based on information available with assistance from the vendor, recommended that Maine no longer offer analog caption telephone service after December 31, 2026. Maine will continue to offer analog TTY service, as many deaf, hard of hearing Mainers continue to rely on these services for telephone access. The council will monitor technological advancements in telecommunications access, as well as available equipment in the coming years. As the telecommunications system modernizes, the council expects to see more Mainers ultimately transition to digitally based relay services. However, this is a slow process. Whether analog or digital, relay services play a critical role in ensuring access to the telecommunications system for deaf and hard of hearing Mainers, and will continue to do so into the future. The council will also be taking necessary steps to ensure that all items on our website are accessible and meet the standards of the recent DOJ accessibility rule by April 26, 2026. The council will also aim to add information to the website regarding outreach and educational events for deaf and hard of hearing Mainers, and will provide as much information to the public as possible. Related to accessibility, the council will also be working with the Maine State Library to ensure that all pertinent council documents are properly added to the Digital Maine repository. Thank you so much for your time. I'm happy to walk you through the report. A lot of the information in the report is covered in this at a high level. I could answer specific questions. I could walk you through section by section, whatever is the pleasure of the council.
Thank you so much, Mr. Freck. It is nice to see you again. I will just first ask if there's any overall general questions, or ask the committee, is it helpful? I did read your report. Shocker, right? So I did read the report that we were all emailed as well. It's not that I did anything special. Lindsay emailed it last week. And you do, in this report, go over the 4 areas that the committee may consider that we see on this Government Evaluation Act. Is it helpful for the committee, for Mr. Freck to just outline in a high level through this report, those 4 areas, so that you have confidence or not that they are doing what they are supposed to do? Is that helpful? I'm seeing some, is that all right, Mr. Freck?
Sure. I don't have that document. I have the letter that Lindsay sent back in April that kind of gives the A through Q items, which
Mhm.
is kind of how I structured my report.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you want to specifically
Yeah, the A
reference
through
any of
Q.
those
Yeah, the
four
A through-
bullets.
Yeah,
Oh,
do
A-
you have that? Yeah.
Perfect, yeah.
Because that basically covers what we are charged with doing.
Sure. So I'll go pretty high level and then stop me if there are any questions. Great. So section A, the enabling or authorizing law or other relevant mandates. So we are, TRS is a federally mandated service, but that is the analog TTY and some other services, I believe. For instance, caption telephone is not a mandated service, which is why we are ending the service at the end of the year. So I listed out the state and federal statutes there. Great, I will,
So I'm just going to pause and
Sure.
say, so that goes to the first bullet of, is the agency operating in accordance with its statutory authority? They at least give you all the statutes in that
Right.
first section.
we're required to meet 4 times a year. We have done so. All of our state and federal reporting requirements have been submitted. Wonderful.
And you are recertified with the FCC through 2028? Did
Yeah,
I
that
see that
happened
correctly?
this past year, yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. See, I really did read. That was a pop quiz. All right, we're on to page 2 under B.
Sure. So section B kind of has the 3 bullets for each of the services that we provide. I kind of touched on that. One is the relay services. We have, so the 4 bullets there, provide reliable, and I'm on page 3, sorry about that. Provide reliable and quality services that must be available on a statewide basis to the extent that they are technologically feasible, be available 24 hours a day for every calendar day of the year, comply with state and federal statutes, and coordinate with the outreach provider to perform outreach services. So at each of the quarterly meetings, each statutory seat provides an update, so 4 times a year, as well as both vendors. So T-Mobile will come in every quarterly meeting and share with us what's new, if there are any problems, which there haven't been. Same with Hamilton. And also both of the vendors with T-Mobile does it separately, but we get the monthly invoice, and then we get what's called a traffic report. And this traffic report breaks down all of the services that T-Mobile provides, their, answering call rate, how long it takes to answer each call, what the amount of minutes per service that they offer, the whole 9 yards. So that's very helpful. And that is sent around to the entire council every month when it is provided to me. We discuss if there are any issues. Hamilton kind of does the same thing, but in their monthly invoice, they just keep all the data from the past month in there and for the whole calendar year. So anytime that we want to see if, usage rates, if they're meeting the statutory mandates, we have a reference point at any point in time. So I think that covers most of that.
Mr. Freck, can I
Yes,
ask you a question
may.
about that, which may be of use for the committee?
Sure.
I noticed that the procedures are that the vendors let the council know if there were any complaints. And then you report that, for example, to the PUC.
Sort of say there's there's an annual federal report that is a complaint log submission. Each vendor has to submit this complaint log to the council, then the council submits it to the FCC. And there have been 0 complaints this past year, and I believe there was 1 complaint for 2024, but I'm not going to say that for sure.
That's very helpful.
Yes.
But what I did also notice on your website was the utilization rates that you're talking that the council has are nowhere on the website, nor was it in your annual report to PUC. Is that information somewhere that I just missed?
Can you, the utilization?
Right. So
Like
the
who is
usage
using
rate,
the services?
The usage rate, how many main consumers
So
are
that's,
using apps?
I did talk to T-Mobile. That's a lot of that information, their traffic report is proprietary. If you had specific data points you would like to know, I'm happy to share that with you afterwards.
Okay.
Is that
Yeah.
all right with you?
I
Okay.
just anticipated that question from my committee
Yes.
of how many Mainers are utilizing the services.
And there is a threshold, 85% of calls have to be answered within 10 seconds. That is like the benchmark from the federal level.
Right. And we also don't see that on your website. So those benchmarks, are those a report that is somewhere on the website that I'm not aware of?
No, that is part of the FCC mandate. I mean, we could link to the FCC. We could add that to the website.
Okay,
Absolutely. I'd
just
be
wanted-
happy to do that. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Questions on this portion? Representative Warren.
Thank you. And I probably read my mind, but I was curious to see that there were 0 customer complaints, and it did. My first thought was that maybe it indicates a low amount of usage. So I appreciate that thinking around that. And I would like to have that information probably after this, but if it's proprietary, that would be surprising to me. So I would like to understand that better, I guess legally why that would be, but I would want to understand how many people are benefiting from the service and maybe how we can solicit more feedback. Because I feel like, criticism can sometimes be a guidepost of how to improve. So I guess I just wonder about that, if there's enough maybe a public conversation about how to reach more people or what other things could be improved, because it feels like there's always opportunity to do so. But thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there's multiple ways to reach out if there ever was an issue with the user. I'd say the first 3 are through us directly. We do have a dedicated council email and my email, which are on the website. And then of course, there is the vendor as well as the outreach provider. I will say something that is trickier to navigate is the equipment distribution program is a completely separate program in a separate department. I believe it's DOL. That is a contract that is bid out. Thankfully, at this point in time, the provider of outreach services, Disability Rights Maine, also holds the equipment distribution contract. So that is fairly streamlined, and their outreach is extremely robust. To Representative Warren's question, that is one of the reports we receive at the monthly meetings, is the 3-month outreach that has been done by DRM, Disability Rights Maine, if I didn't say so beforehand. And they are very thorough. They attend many, many events. They have their busier seasons, times of the year. I can't imagine I wouldn't be able to provide you with that too. So when I follow up with this, I'll be happy to send Disability Rights Maine's most recent outreach report. We are very active in the community. The Maine Association for the Deaf, I've been to one of their meetings. John is a member of the Maine Association of the Deaf, I believe. So outreach, relay services are no secret within the community for sure.
Other questions? Representative Geiger.
I just wanted to follow up with that same issue, which is I'm a little puzzled that we don't know how many users are using the service, because then it becomes hard to evaluate what kind of job you're doing. It also becomes harder to evaluate how many people need the service from other sources. How many people are not just born deaf, but are elderly and lose their ability to hear, or have macular degeneration and lose their ability to see. And if we don't know how many people are using, then we're not collecting the information about how many could be potentially. I find it difficult to judge how you're doing and whether we have more work to do, everyone, to make sure that everybody has access to a service that without means their life is much more isolated than it could be.
Sure, absolutely. And aging associations are one of the frequent and regular outreach events that DRM attends and has educational opportunities for. I would say how it's set up is kind of challenging that, because we are administering the service only to a certain extent, right? I mean, if we took the vendor out of the equation for a second and made this like a state-run service, I think it would look a lot different, and there would be a lot of, like the equipment distribution program would probably become underneath, and there'd be one umbrella for all these in the same department. But I understand your concerns. And again, I think once you receive the December traffic report or any specific, I'm happy to do number of users. Again, number of users depends on the service, right? So I would say it would be hard to. It would be hard to, because we didn't have, we wouldn't, if we had like, hey, this is how many deaf and hard of hearing people there are on the state, and we got this from a state report or, census data or whatever, right? And then we wouldn't have contact info for these individuals. We wouldn't have names, right? So it would be hard to tell the council to be like, well, we want to make sure that you're reaching out to these consumers to make sure they have the service they need. At the end of the day, they are consumers. And the council would have a difficult time contacting each and every one of these members of the population individually to offer them this service. It's kind of like there are these suite of services available, and you can go online and find what's best for you. Again, the equipment is provided by the state. The consumer can also go through a vendor for the equipment, so that proves difficult. Like when we were trying to find caption telephone users throughout the subcommittee process, we securely via Dropbox got the consumer information from Hamilton, but Hamilton couldn't tell us the consumer information from people who had ordered equipment directly through either themselves or another vendor, something like that. So there definitely are some areas where we may not be able to just logistically contact the population, but there are plenty of avenues to contact us, and I think a lot of these folks are going through T-Mobile's website, right? Because it's, all our website does is, if you want this service, redirects you towards T-Mobile. But we have no issues with the data that we're getting from T-Mobile. And I think that once you see the specific data points in the traffic report, a lot of this concern will go aside. So.
Any additional questions on this one, Senator Grahowski?
I think it's related. I was looking at the members of the council, because you had mentioned that 8 were filled and a couple were open. And I noticed one of them was somebody from the Commission for the Deaf, Hard of Hearing, and Late Deafened. And I wondered who appoints that position, and what's the challenge been to fill that spot, because it feels like that's an avenue to connect the user base to
Absolutely.
the experience.
The director, I believe, appoints that seat. That is not one of the gubernatorial appointed seats. And that representative actually just resigned October 1st. So it's very recent. We're waiting for a new appointment from that organization. But this gentleman was retired, and it was just too much of a time commitment. So I think, within the next few months, we should have that seat filled. Hopefully, knock on wood.
Yeah. Senator Warren, Representative Warren, did you also have a question?
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say I appreciate, it sounds like you do quite a bit of outreach and sort of meeting people where they are. So I understand and hear you about what you hear from the vendors you're contracted with about the privacy of customer information, but it also sounds like you do a robust amount of a community outreach and engagement. So I just in honoring that, it would be great for that follow-up of understanding, the programs that you oversee or facilitate, what information you do have about usage, and then if there isn't that information, just that clarity of the stated reason, so that we can understand that limitation. And that sounds, from everything I'm hearing you say and everything in this report here, that it could very well not be for lack of interest or appreciating the value of that information, but just a limitation in the design of the type of vendor that you're working with. But I think we're all in agreement, and it sounds from the work that you do that you want as many people as possible to receive and benefit from the service, and that you don't assume they'll just necessarily find it, but that you go and meet people where they're at. And that's really clear in this report. So I just want to honor and thank you for the work that you're doing, and just say it'd be great to just almost like functioning like a chart or an Excel sheet or something, just to understand this is the set of services, this is what we, this is the amount of users that we understand, or the world in which we're working in, the people that we're reaching would be really great and useful just for my understanding of where we're at and where we want to go and what are the hindrances to having that information. It may just be a legal issue, maybe proprietary, but thank you.
Yeah, I think the reasoning was just for, bidding in other states. T-Mobile felt comfortable if I followed up with you afterwards. So I told them that wasn't a problem. And that is actually funny that you say an Excel sheet or a graph or a chart, because that is exactly, you're going to get this big spreadsheet. It's going to have month by month, service by service data. It provides number of users. And there's two ways to measure usage of TRS service. There are session minutes, which, begins the session, right? So how long that person is basically on their phone. And then there's also conversation minutes, right? And both entities provide both of those to us, and as well as total number of calls placed. So that's the other thing, is number of users might be difficult, right? Because multiple users could be sharing the same phone, same apartment, whatever. The equipment doesn't always line up with, this piece of equipment was given to, John Doe 5 years ago. He could have given it back to the vendor. He could have given it to another person. So, but that's still tracked to that number. So that's kind of how one of the vendors tracks, is by the number of the equipment, right? But I think that the traffic report is going to answer a lot of these questions that you have.
Right, which is why I said utilization, not necessarily
Gotcha.
number of
Yes.
users, because that could be true.
Sure.
Representative Kessler.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask questions about the budget.
Are we there yet?
Are we there yet,
I don't,
Madam Chair?
not quite there yet. And if we could, the reason I would like to say that was that going through these 4 buckets, to just, if we could, if that's okay, knowing we do love a budget discussion, talking about, right now we're talking about, are you meeting your goals and objectives? So we sort of paused you. We had your statutory authority.
Mhm.
Your goals and objectives, as I see, are the reliable and quality, 24 hours a day complying, and then outreach. And we paused you in the middle of that.
Right.
And so if you would like to finish that section, and then we can also discuss budget moving forward. Is that all right? Okay.
Yeah, happy to
Keep going.
continue on.
Representative Foster had a quick question around those, that goals and objectives is where we're talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Freck, will that spreadsheet give us an indication of how the numbers have changed for the last, let's say, few years?
It is an annual report, so the December traffic report from T-Mobile will have January 2025 through December 2025. I do believe that I have the annual usage from 2024 as well. I would imagine that if I asked T-Mobile to provide old traffic reports from previous years before 2024, they would be willing to do that.
Well, I guess I'd just ask, generally speaking, if you could give us an idea of, my father worked 40 years for the phone company back when it was all copper, and did a lot of these installations for especially the elderly. But I'm wondering, with the change in, and you were going to talk about that more as well, in the change in equipment, more access probably for people that don't need to go through that process, what the numbers have generally done the last several years. Are we seeing more or less a gradual decline in what you're responsible for, or maybe even an increase?
I'll say certainly an analog caption telephone service, which is why we're making the decision to stop the service at the end of this year. It's not only a trend in Maine, it's a nationwide trend. I believe several other states have already cut the service, and or stopped offering the service, I should say that. I remember when this came up last session, we had the banner at on our page. It's, this service was decommissioned this date, this service was decommissioned that is modernization, right? That, for those two services before T-Mobile cut or stopped offering those services, we had 0 users, we had 0 usage, right? And those were, again, no longer mandated by the FCC. TTY, analog TTY is still a robust service with high usage. There is speech to speech as well as video assisted speech to speech. Those get quite a few quite a bit of usage in Maine. And then there's also something that T-Mobile provides, which is called relay call captioning. And Maine gets a certain amount of minutes per year. And these are booked through T-Mobile on a instance by instance basis, and that is also a very popular service. So this is basically you would have a call and you would ask T-Mobile to come, caption this call for you, and that is a very popular service as well.
Now, Senate Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope I'm in the correct bucket. You indicated 8 out of 11. We're in organizational structure. You indicated that you have 8 occupied of 11 mapped. Senator Grohowski brought up 1, and it's only been vacant since October, I think you said. The other 2, how long have they been vacant?
Those are members of the public, both of those seats, members of the community, members of the public who are in the deaf and hard of hearing community, I believe in statute. And those are gubernatorial appointments. Since I have been associated with the council, neither of those seats have been occupied.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps a reminder letter needs to be sent. So if we could, very quickly, sure.
Do you know if there are members of the community that have reached out to the governor's office to express interest?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I have.
I have dealt with this issue with other appointments where there's people waiting and.
I've reached out a couple times. We also have a couple pending, membership packets have been filled out, submitted. We have not had a formal appointment yet.
Yeah, and that's noted on your website, which I want to thank you for keeping up to date because that is not always the case with
trying
agencies.
Thank you for that. Okay, so filling out, I'd like to move us to page 4, which is outreach services. I
Right.
just want to note that is there. That's on their website as well. Of expected 20 outreach events per quarter. There's a list of in-person ones on the website as well. But I think we were anxious to get to organizational structure, and if you see on page 5 was financial summary, and that would lead me to Representative Kessler's question about budget. See how we did? We did.
So it's a budget question, but also like a technology question.
I'll try my best.
So 2025 professional services not by state. So is this budget essentially how much we're paying T-Mobile and the other vendor? Is that what that line item is for? That like 353,000?
Yes, myself.
Yeah.
The 2 vendors. I forget how they broke it down here. Sorry.
We have professional services not by state and then by state.
Yep. Also interpreting and cart services for meetings. I would imagine everything in the by state would be, we have OIT for licenses with Zoom and Adobe, my laptop, my state email, all of that. DAFS does all of our financial work for us. Let me just confer with John for a minute. Would there be any other than the 3 major outreach, relay services, executive director? That would be professional services, not by state.
And this is John Lewis. That's correct.
Okay, follow-up question. The reason that I ask, and I'm curious because we've been talking about changes in technology, and I can see like all of these old legacy pieces of technology that we might still be paying for. And I'm just wondering, like as a deaf or blind person, given how they need to communicate today, as it relates to the budget, how many people use this service versus, say, for example, utilizing the accessibility tools on their phones or computers, and how that might relate to how we're contracting things?
Absolutely. I think that has been something I've been trying to get a grip on since I've joined is, obviously you don't have numbers for, IP relay, right? Because that is through the computer. So, but I think the assumption in the industry is that folks who are dropping off the analog service, are shifting towards this. Because that's when I joined. I thought to myself, oh, I would use my FaceTime, I would use Zoom, a lot of one of the big issues we're dealing with now is, obviously CART, which is computer assisted real-time text, I believe. All AI can do that now, but AI is not accurate. So a lot of the community is hesitant to fully embrace AI, especially like for one of our meetings where something needs to be accurate and the word accuracy needs to be a certain standard, which I'm not sure. I'll finish by saying it's hard to comment on the equipment since that is a separate program. We have an understanding, I'm a member of the National Equipment Distribution Organization with our vendors who do the equipment distribution. So I'm, on the 10,000 foot view, it's going on around the country. I have an understanding, but in Maine, like the day to day and number of pieces of equipment and all that, that's not part of the council's purview. Does that answer your question? Okay.
And I will note that regardless of users utilizing things under your statute, you're still, Maine is still statutorily required to provide these services.
Well, federally.
And federally.
And yeah, yes,
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
So regardless, and I appreciate the monitoring that your agency council is doing to make sure that you are providing what is needed, but also monitoring adaptation and utilization.
Absolutely. And I understand, the desire to have a more, hard number of who is actually using these services, but it is hard these days. I think in November, we had a spike in usage and it didn't really make sense or fit in the patterns. And when that happens, there are bots and fraudulent items that happen. And obviously, Maine is not charged for when that happens. And T-Mobile's very good at finding that. But that is another, issue that's going to skew the numbers, which I'm sure happens to other states as well.
So I just want to move the committee forward on, I see on pages 6 and 7, our last one about reduced or filing paperwork burdens. There are none, as our good clerk says. And they're not required, the public's not required to file any documentation. But I also note that above that, you do talk about just any other paperwork that you personally file, as well as any personal information and what happens, which really is none.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to note that as the fourth bullet for the committee that is addressed in this. Was there anything else in this? The rest is, thank you very much for actual physical copies of the statute that are also outlined. Were there any other questions before we turn this to committee discussion for Mr. Freck around the 4 bullets of analysis of the report that we need to issue? Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, you just mentioned something about a November spike. Was there ever any correlation to cause? Because you included the language about AI and
Yes, they got back to us and said that was likely due to a fraudulent event.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Additional questions for Mr. Freck before we turn it to committee discussion? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and submission of materials and answering our questions.
Thank you very
Truly
much.
appreciate it.
Good to see all of you again.
All of us. Thank you. Nice recovery, sir. We'll invite back up our committee analyst. Lindsay Laxon to walk us through the next steps.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, it is up to the committee how you would like to proceed. So you've been able to ask some questions. It sounds like there are some follow-up information requests for Mr. Freck regarding utilization rates. So how would the committee like to move forward?
Right, we could do several things. We could alternate to discussion whether you feel like these 4 objectives have been met, if you have possible recommendations, or concerns about the agency. Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And analyzing the requirements for evaluation, I believe they are fully compliant. And the only thing I would suggest for consideration is the aforementioned letter to the governor, gently nudging letter to the governor.
Okay, I'm not sure if we can add that to our letter to maybe a side letter that I'm not sure that can go in our report back to the presiding officers. But I fully agree with you that a letter from the committee encouraging appointment for those 2 nominations, maybe. Let's just talk about that really quickly. How do folks feel about that? A letter from the committee, from the full committee nudging kindly. Okay, that's thoughtful. Thank you. Any other feedback about the 4 criteria around evaluating Relay Services Council? Do we feel comfortable that these have been met and that we could send a letter to the presiding officers stating that their charge has been met, et cetera? Yes, Representative Warren?
Yes, I think so. And I think I think that it's great that we did this because it's great to know places where we might want to see even more improvement or as much information as possible about use and to be able to measure even greater impact. But I think as far as what they've been tasked to do, I think they do it well. It's a very important service.
So I'm going to ask folks to look at the example of the 129th legislature, the letter that was sent to the presiding officer. It's on your back there. It's the last page of the packet that Lindsay gave us. So would a letter such as this that we have reviewed and evaluated TRS and find that it's operating within its statutory authority? Is that the letter we wish to send? And if not, please feel free to make other recommendations. Representative Wadsworth.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is one of my 4 times through this committee, one of the most robust discussions. And now they have an executive director, so I'm very comfortable with the committee sending a letter like this to the presiding officers.
Lindsay, is there any vote that I need to take on the recommendation because this is sent from the committee?
I think it might be a good idea just to maybe have a hand raise. And it sounds like, so then the committee wants a letter. Would you want something in there stating to the presiding officers that the committee intends to send a letter to the governor regarding those 2 open positions?
How does the committee feel about that? I'm getting lots of head nods. Sure. We would like to do that as well.
Excellent. What I would do then is, if the committee's on board with this, bring back a draft letter for your review, both one for the governor and then one to the presiding officers.
With that information. Does that sound okay? Can I just have a raise of hands if that is the direction this committee would like to go, please? Representative Rente, I don't know if you're still with us, but would love to know if that meets with you as well. He has a raised hand. I love that. All right. Lindsay, is there anything else we need to do before we conclude this evaluation?
Nope, you are all set.
Thank you so much to the committee, to Mr. Freck, to Mr. Post, and our wonderful interpreter team to make sure that this went well this morning. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it. We will end this evaluation piece. Thank you, friends. I'd like to just do the housekeeping for Lindsay because a happy Lindsay is a happy committee. She has a few language reviews, then a memo she just wants to give us a heads up on, and then we'll take a quick break and then do our work session. Sound good? All right. Lindsay, take it away.
Okay, so let's start with some language reviews. And while Lynn is handing those out, I'm actually just going to direct the members to the memo dated January 15th that should be in your pile of papers. And so this is regarding EUT's anticipated workload for the second regular session. So I think there's some interest in understanding sort of what's on the horizon for the committee. So as at this point, you have 7 unvoted carryover bills from the 2025 sessions, 6 newly referred bills, and right now, no unprinted LRs. So everything's in committee, which is very exciting. I've also given you on the next page the reviews that you have to conduct this session. So we've got the GEA review, which you just did, hooray. And then quasi-independent state entity reviews. So those occur in every second session. I'll work with the chairs on getting those scheduled. We also have a list of reports of interest. These are reports that have been received or will be received by the committee. So you may want to just take a look at this at your leisure and maybe follow up at a later date if you're interested in having a presentation. You could follow up with me or directly with the chairs, and I would work with the chairs on that. So this is for your reference. And I did want to point out, so we're looking at right now 13 bills. And of course, we had some that have been voted and not reported out, and you disposed of 2 over the interim. Just for some historical numbers, in the second regular session of the 131st, the committee had 38 bills that were worked and moved out of committee. And in the 130th, you had 36. So we'll see where we end up. But you guys are in very good shape right now, and hopefully that will continue. Hooray.
I was just told we may get a bill referred from tax back to EUT, so I assume turnabout's fair play. But yeah, just FYI.
If I may, Madam Chair, if it changes how we expect that it might, based on conversation with the bill sponsor, it would be entirely appropriate for it to be here. And I don't want it to be over there because it's not going to be about tax policy. So it's not a tit for tat here, but it's just a happening. Thank you.
Understood. We hear the message and we thank the messenger. I will also say that, folks, I'm going to rely on you to, and I will say this again, if we have many of these reports in, I've read the ones we have. For me, so far, I don't see any bills coming out, but we will need to know sooner rather than later. If you would like a presentation, after you've read the report, I might give you a quiz if you were asking me to have a report. No, I'm kidding. But if you've read the report and you would like a presentation by that entity, please let me know sooner rather than later so that we can, again, balance it with our workload, especially if there is a potential of a bill being done.
Thank you for pointing that. Absolutely. Yes. If there's interest in a committee bill, we would want to get that done as soon as possible. So with that, everyone should have a packet of yellow paper, and let's do some language reviews. So we will start out with LD 32. So this was a divided report. I'm just going to sort of briefly touch on things because many of these, the language is going to look very similar to what you saw at work session, but just wanted to make sure everyone was on board. So starting with the majority report, you've got the list of members who voted for this report. And this is an act regarding the interconnection ombudsman position at the Public Utilities Commission, making that position no longer appointed, but actually designated by the commission. Let's turn the page to the minority report. So the vote for this was basically to incorporate the text of LD 515. And this is one where I'll walk through it a little bit for you. But for those members on the report, I would encourage you to take a look at it, make sure this meets with your intent, because there were some changes here. So we'll skip over the first part. We're going to go back to the LD 515 text in a moment. But there were 2 provisions in the bill regarding property tax changes. So I changed those because this was a carryover. We had 2025 dates. Those have been updated to 2026 in sections. This is sections 21 and 22 of the bill. And then if we turn the page, this was the text of LD 515. But because, again, this is a carryover, some of the underlying statutes have changed. So you notice, and I put notes in the side so you'd be able to sort of follow what I did, but we'll strike section 1 because that amended the Governor's Energy Office statute, which has now been repealed. Then we've got, again, just the text from 515. And as you may recall, that basically repeals all of the laws regarding the energy billing except for the kilowatt hour program, bringing it back down to what it was established by PUC under rulemaking. So a much smaller program. If you turn the page, you will see section 8 is stricken as well as section 9 because both of those were repealed by LD 1777. So there's nothing to change there. After section 10, you see my little asterisk. We will be adding sections to repeal the various net energy billing statutes. So this is the net energy billing project charge, the cost rate adjustment, the project procurement, and then the front of meter distributed energy resource program. And I just want to make sure, I think this is consistent with the intent of the minority, that you did not want to have that successor program established. You just wanted to leave it as the kilowatt hour program reduced to the way that it was.
Looking for nods from those on the minority.
I'm seeing some nods. Okay, excellent. And if we turn the page, the only other 2 changes were in sections 21 and 22, and we covered that. That was just the updates to the dates because this was a carryover. And as always, this will come back for final language review.
So looking first to those on the majority report, any problems, considerations, changes that you'd like to highlight for Lindsay? Seeing none. And for the minority report, does that look fine to you as well?
That looks accurate. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you for your work on both of those, Lindsay. So these will come back, this will come back for final.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, all amendments will come back for final.
Thank you.
Next up, let's go to LD 343. So this was also carryover and act to direct the PUC to seek informational bids regarding small modular nuclear reactors in the state. So the first page is the majority report. And I did want to note, so what you saw at the work session was just the section 3 language, which directs the comprehensive state energy plan to include identification and assessment of emerging energy technologies, including commercial readiness, et cetera. Consistent with the department's policy and program goals, and then prioritizing carbon-free and lowest emission technologies. As you may recall, I had this as a paragraph G1, and one of the members had some strong feelings about having a paragraph G1. So it is now paragraph J, and the sections 1 and 2 just had to be added for technical reasons. So.
Representative Rente, I see you've come on camera. Did you have any questions about LD 32 or LD 343?
No, I had no questions about, frankly, either one.
Thank you. I apologize. Okay, please
No
keep
problem.
continue. So we can just say for those on the majority report of 343, any questions, concerns, changes that you need. Okay, moving on to the minority.
And the next page is the minority report. And this was to pull in the final version of the minority report which came out of committee in the first special. So that pink copy, this is that language. There have been no changes, but just wanted you to have a copy. You'll see it in final form, but just make sure that's what you're looking for.
Folks on the minority, give nods that this is what you're looking for. Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. And then lastly, we have LD 1975. This was a three-way report. So we're going to start with majority on page 1. This turns the bill into a resolve, directing the Maine Connectivity Authority to develop recommendations to transition Maine Connectivity Authority to develop recommendations to transmission the CMA functions to MCA. And so this uses this similar language to what you'd seen before, but it's just a resolve now, and it takes out that provision which had been proposed where there's a repeal in the future. So it is just a report back with recommendations and proposed legislation.
For those on the majority, any questions, concerns? First time you're seeing that all put together? Questions, concerns? Okay, thank you.
The next page is, this is the minority report with Representative Foster, Representative McIntyre, and Representative Wadsworth. So this is using the proposed amendment from Representative Ducharme, but then incorporating some of the issues that I'd raised in my bill analysis. So there were some changes that were in the original bill where I'd flagged for the committee this, did you want to substitute where it said Connect Main Authority, which will be repealed? Did you want to put in Main Connectivity Authority? And my understanding of the intent was basically to try to maintain the status quo of how things sort of work, except Connect Main Authority goes away. So for example, if we look at section 1, there was a definition change that was the new definition that was substituted wasn't quite identical to what was in existing law. So I've changed section 1 so that the definition that's in current law would continue forward after the repeal. The next section, which I've flagged for you, existing law referred to a definition that was established by the Main Connectivity Authority and by rule. And if the Connect Main Authority, if the Connect Main Authority goes away, that definition gets lost. So this would direct the Main Connectivity Authority to use their definition of unserved populations, and then that will be addressed later. Next, we have an amendment which in this section, we had stricken the broadband policy because the section of law that includes that would be repealed. Instead, we're going to refer to the connectivity goals, which are similar. In my bill analysis, it outlined sort of what each one includes. Turning the page, we have in section 9, a substitution of the Main Connectivity Authority to receive notice instead of Connect Main Authority. Section 10, again, we get into that definitional issue of unserved or underserved areas. So this is Main Connectivity Authority will establish those definitions instead of Connect Main Authority. Technical changes, section 13, we have a substitution of the Main Connectivity Authority for the Connect Main Authority. And then lastly, we have a new section that will direct Main Connectivity Authority to establish definitions for unserved and underserved areas. And this is the same language that was used for Connect Main Authority. So we're just telling essentially the successor entity when Connect Main goes away, we're telling Main Connectivity Authority to create those definitions.
Okay, so for the three folks on that particular report, Representative Foster, McIntyre, and Wadsworth, any questions, concerns, changes that you might have? Thank you. And I just want to confirm that the third report was ought to pass and the only amendment is the finance, if there's a fiscal note. Is that what I'm
Exactly right.
remembering? Representative Paul. And so none of the corrections that Lindsay had from her analysis are included in your report?
I don't believe so. Is that correct, Lindsay? Right.
Okay. Any questions on 1975 before we say no? Okay.
Thank you all so much.
All right. We have very happy Lindsay. So we will per our schedule, take a 20-minute break. We'll start our work session at 11:30. Please be prompt because that is what is standing between us and lunch. No offense to 1936. Thanks. We will be at ease until 11:30. Thanks. You all set? Sorry. Okay. Good morning again, everybody. Welcome back to EUT. We will begin the work session on LD 1936 with the new title and act regarding the allocation of net energy billing costs. And we do have an amendment that was passed out during the break. We will ask Lindsay, I think, to go through this for us. Thanks.
Okay, so the members have a copy of the amendment. At this time, this has not been distributed to the interested parties list, just so folks know. As you may recall, at the last work session, Senator Grahowski had put forward an amendment that was substantially similar to the minority report from LD 1792. This includes some of those elements, but makes some changes as well. So we will start out with section 1, which amends section 3209 subsection 5 regarding post-restructuring stranded costs. This is the provision of law that came from LD 1792, and it makes a change in paragraph B. As you may recall, the allocation method that's used for the period for rates prior to July 1st, 2028 had a specified allocation method. We are striking the language that notwithstands existing law. We no longer need it because we are making changes to the existing law to accommodate this. So moving forward to the next page. Section 2 directs that for post 2028, so for post restructuring stranded cost allocations and rate designs applicable on or after July 1st, 2028. So this is after the work for 1792. The commission shall by order establish such cost allocations and rate designs applicable for the following 3-year period in accordance with section 3209C subsection 2 paragraph C and section 3209F subsection 3. So again, this is establishing that after that 3-year period, we're looking to 2 other sections of law regarding recovery of net energy billing costs and additional costs related to long-term contracts. Moving on to section 3 of the bill, or of the amendment, excuse me. So this is, I believe this is actually the same as what was in the sponsor's original amendment. So this is just striking the language regarding the pro rata share of net energy billing costs and directing you further down in that subsection. That brings us to paragraph C in section 4. So we are enacting a new paragraph that states for post-restructuring stranded cost allocations and rate designs applicable on or after July 1st, 2028, the commission shall allocate net energy billing costs by aggregating similar classes of customers as defined by the commission across investor-owned transmission and distribution utilities and ensure that costs and benefits are equitably distributed. So this provides, unlike the language from 1792, where we have that 3-year period where we are specifying the rate classes that the PUC must use. This is aggregating similar classes of customers as determined by the commission. Like 1792 is across the transmission and distribution utilities, and the commission is tasked with ensuring that those are equitably distributed. Section 5 amends the section of law governing the allocation of costs and benefits of long-term energy contracts. The change here you will see is to strike the word energy. We are going to be modifying this section to address long-term contracts. So instead of just energy contracts pursuant to the sections which are named in paragraph B, we're also including contracts entered into pursuant to section 10313. So these would be contracts entered into as the result of the Department of Energy Resources procurements. As if they enter into contracts, there will be costs associated with those that will need to be passed along to ratepayers. So this will ensure that those procurements are included in the long-term contracting, the handling of how those costs are allocated and recovered in rates. And then last week, we turn the page to subsection 3. And again, we see for post-restructuring stranded cost allocations and rate designs applicable on or after July 1st, 2028, the commission shall allocate eligible costs and benefits by aggregating similar classes of customers as determined by the commission across investor-owned transmission and distribution utilities and ensure that these are distributed equitably. So again, that same language that we saw for the rate design and cost allocation for net energy billing post July 2028.
Thank you, Lindsay. Any questions for Lindsay at this time? Okay, I want to just refer to the sponsor, Senator Grochowski. Is there anything you want to talk about with the amendment? I understand we would also like to bring in the PUC and the Office of Public Advocate just so they can weigh in. But I just wanted to check in with you first.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and great deal of thanks to Lindsay and Deirdre, and also the public advocate for quick work here of trying to translate what I was saying into language that I think well captures the intent. I'm happy to answer any questions about the intent, but just to reiterate, the goal here was to sort of clean up where we left off from 1792 so that there wasn't conflicting language in statute that would direct the PUC to go back to the way we've done it before after this 3-year rate that we're in is over, which was that if you are a ratepayer of a certain class living or consuming energy in northern Maine, you were paying a different amount than if you were living in CMP territory or even the eastern Maine Versant territory. So trying to fix that problem and making sure that we're not sending different types of directions to the PUC, but at the same time, not locking in some of the more prescriptive nature of LD 1792 so that that work about how the next rate design should happen can be done more flexibly within the PUC process. So that was the goal, but I'm happy to answer any specific questions if folks have them.
Any questions at the moment for the sponsor around the intent of this revised bill? I do appreciate personally the clarifications within this because we did define classes in 1792. Some of us didn't. And this allows the PUC in 3 years that may change. And so aggregating similar classes based on the landscape then feels better than because it's 1792 and then what comes next. So I'd like to invite up Deirdre Schneider from the PUC, making sure on the record that you've seen this, that this works for the PUC, that the intent is indeed what we are thinking.
Hi, Deirdre Schneider, Maine PUC. The language I think works for us. It's a tricky language when we're getting into rate classes or how to describe it, but we think this gets there and gives us the flexibility that we may need to determine what those groupings are. But yeah.
Any questions for the PUC? It's almost just like does this work for these different folks? Okay, maybe come back. Thanks.
Thank you.
And I understand that the public advocate is on Zoom as well. We would love to bring in Heather Sanborn, because I know cost allocation is one of the things that she loves to talk about often. So if she is able, if she can hear me, to accept the panelist invitation, and she is. Thank you for being with us, Public Advocate Sanborn. I understand that you've seen the amendment for LD 1936 that the committee is currently considering and wondering if you had any comment on that as pertains to ratepayers.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks so much for letting me join remotely today, Madam Chair. I did see the amendment this morning. I'm really pleased with how it came out, and thank the sponsor and Deirdre for their hard work on it. I think it's a good piece of cleanup after 1792 last year. And I think it properly gives the PUC back discretion to do rate design, but with the direction from the legislature that the statewide aggregation piece of our discussion from last year is something that you would like to see persist, which is exactly the opposite of what the statute said before last year. So I think doing this cleanup so that in 2028, rate design doesn't snap back to the statutory mandate that things be separated by utility area is a worthwhile endeavor for us at this point. the devil was in the details on making sure the legislature wasn't too prescriptive. And I think we finally got there, and I'm really pleased with the language that Deirdre and Lindsay and Senator Grahowski have arrived at for this bill.
Thank you. Any questions at this time for the public advocate while she is with us? Thank you very much, Public Advocate Sanborn. I will turn the discussion back to the committee to see what your thoughts are. Representative Wadsworth.
Yeah, I'd like to get the reaction from Mr. Buxton on this
Okay.
updated.
Did you
amendment.
have a question for him or?
Yeah, I'd just like to know what his reaction is. to-
Okay. Mr. Buxton, are you willing to come address the committee to answer that question?
Yes, thanks. Well,
Welcome.
Sure. I'm Tony Buxton from Purdy Flaherty, representing Industrial Energy Consumer Group. We strongly, IACG strongly supports the principle that was set forth in 1792 of people in the same or similar classes statewide have the same cost responsibility for net energy billing and other so-called stranded costs. And we understand that to be the intent of this new amendment as well as the previous drafts. We have a couple of comments, however. First, there was a mistake in a previous draft that is the natural outgrowth of rate design not being simple and straightforward, and the classes of the utilities not being the same. Some of them change based on eligibility and how much you consume and when, and some of them change because that's how the cow path had been for decades. And so the combination is important, and the use of the word similar here is probably very helpful. But I would also say that I would appreciate the discretion of the committee. I would like to run this by the experts that we retained, and that perhaps others would feel the same way, that went into the several months of work to come up with the rate design that was approved by you in LD 1792, to make sure we haven't done something unintentionally that you do not intend. I think overall, it's quite likely that IACG would not object to this, but we want to make sure we get the language correct so that what the commission is told to do is what you intend. Thank you.
Mr. Buxton, so this is regarding post 1792. Is there any reason to suspect that this has anything to do with 1792, given that it was from the commission and the public advocate?
With all respect to everyone involved, this is rocket science, and it doesn't hurt to make sure the rocket is headed in the right direction. I'm not proposing that you wait a year or a month. I'm proposing that there be an opportunity to check with the experts who actually do rate designs for a living and make sure we get it right. That's all.
Beyond the PUC.
The PUC lobbyist is not a rate design expert. She's a wonderful human being and highly intelligent, but she's not a rate design expert, nor am I.
I don't think she's a lobbyist either, but okay. Other questions for Mr. Buxton, Representative Warren?
Thank you for being here. So I'd ask, could you articulate one example of a scenario that you're concerned about? Because I do see this detail around a date, so not touching anything previous to that. So I guess my concern is it's hard for me to know what, or to understand practically what the concern is that you're
So,
afraid
for
of.
example, this does not say what you would say to one another, that the objective is to have similarly situated ratepayers have a similar cost responsibility, the same cost responsibility, or a similar cost responsibility statewide. That's your intent. I think we all acknowledge that, but it says it in rate design language. And as the previous draft had a language mistake in it. I just want to I've seen this now for half an hour, and I want to make sure this doesn't have one. That's all.
Follow-up, Representative Moore?
I guess I'm not sure that we intend for the rates to be the same. I think we're just intending them to be shared across both utilities is my impression. But could it, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're sharing.
Well, I'll let you decide what your intent is. I wasn't quibbling about that. I'm just concerned that we get in appropriate language what your intent is.
Representative Kessler, question?
Yep. When you say cost responsibilities, are you saying that the concern is that with this amendment as drafted, that there may be potential unintended consequences that some, say, large generators who have like a different business model or financial challenges in the various territories, that because those differ, that may have an undue impact on some of those?
No, in fairness, there are no bad guys here. Okay. There can be bad guys in rate design depending on how the battle's going. Okay. That's not what I'm concerned about. I'm just concerned that we, having seen this now for an hour, make sure that the language is correct by not rushing. That's all. I just want a chance to check with my experts, if that would be not terribly inconvenient, and get back to the committee and make sure we got this right. Now, when I say check with the experts, it's not to say how we would want to draft something. It's how this is drafted and what it would mean in all likelihood at the commission. And I believe the intent is to continue to do what you did in 1792 in regard to equitable and equality of treatment statewide. And we so totally support that. In fact, it was IECG that caused that to happen in the agreement. It's only fair.
Other questions for Mr. Buxton at this time? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Bring it back for committee discussion. Representative Foster?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I certainly agree with the point made that we haven't had this for very long, and we want to make sure that these corrections get it right. I'm wondering, Madam Chair, if there are utilities represented here, if they would like to speak to anything on this, in that have they had time to see if it affects them in any way, or if they are concerned about any of the points, and if they think they need more time to take this back to their folks, just to verify that.
Okay, we'll start. Is there a representative from Versant who would like to come speak to the committee regarding LD 1936? Welcome, Mr. Cody. Please introduce yourself.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee, James Cody on behalf of Versant Power. I've been reviewing this. I can give you a couple of quick updates from our end. We were generally comfortable with where the previous draft was going, and we had checked with folks. If the committee decides to ask for a bit more time just to review this, my clients will be here shortly, and I'm happy to review and double check this, but we were generally comfortable with where the last version was going. So assuming that this doesn't have any significant departures, I think we'll be comfortable with this as well.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Cody? Tina, thank you. Is there a representative from Central Maine Power who would like to come forward? Seeing none, thank you. Turn it back to committee discussion. Any other requests for information? Representative Geiger.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Not information, just a comment that I share some concerns of Rep. Foster's about how, not seeing this earlier. I personally would like to hear from our Senate chair, and before I voted on this, to know how he feels about the bill overall and this amendment particularly. Thank you.
I could just ask, Representative, Senator Lawrence, are you on the Zoom? I was told he was there. Is he there yet? There he is. There you go. Hi, you've been
I
asked to
am,
see if
in
you had
light,
any comments.
Yeah, I would prefer to have some time to look at it. I don't disagree with the concept. I just think before we do anything, it was such a delicate balance to do what we did before that we take the time to make sure everybody is comfortable with it.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Rente, your hand was up as well.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, it concerns me that, basically we're bringing competitive energy services in to second guess what the language is for this. In the whole build up to 1792, personally, my concern was the legislature getting involved in rate design. And here we are. We have a Public Utility Commission that has a rate design function. And, the expressed intent of Senator Grohosky has been worked through with the language via the PUC. And I think we need to rely on the PUC in terms of getting the language right. And so I'm comfortable with the steps that have been taken so far and relying on the strength of the statements made by the PUC that this indeed does what it says it does.
Thank you. Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very blunt. I wasn't here during 1711, but I've realized the impact that it's carried forward into this discussion. And I am not in any way, shape, or form questioning the intent. At the close of the first session, we had a candid discussion here that I'll be very intrigued in any legislation that contributes to affordability. And I respect that this appears to be over the range planning. So all of that said, I need far more time to render any type of decision, and I would like to make a motion to table this item.
Okay, motion to table has been made. That is not debatable. Do I have a second? Representative Wadsworth?
Yep.
Second. So all those in favor of tabling? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 for Representative Rente. All of those opposed. 1, 2, 3, the motion prevails. LD 1936 is tabled. It will be scheduled most likely expeditiously. Thank you. We will break for lunch. We will convene back at 1 o'clock. Lindsay, do we have any announcements at the moment before we do? Okay, we are at ease until 1. I'm going to look at Representative Wadsworth. Did I get that right? 1 o'clock for 3 work sessions. I will just say we will start with LD 1966, then go on to 1949, and then LD 1730. So folks have a sense of the schedule. Thank you. Welcome back to Energy Utilities and Technology. I would like to give our Senator Harrington, the opportunity to introduce himself as he's joined us.
Good afternoon. I'm Senator Matt Harrington. I represent four towns in inland York County: Alfred, Lebanon, Sanford, and Waterboro.
And so glad to see you here, Senator. Thank you. So for folks, just to let you know, we are going to be having 3 work sessions today. We're going to start with LD 1966, then move to LD 1949, and then LD 1730. And I understand that there are amendments and a ton of information that we got last minute. So I was just talking with the good representative from Dexter in saying that hopefully today we can just put out the information that I don't anticipate there will be votes today, although y'all can surprise me anytime you want. However, there seems to be a lot of information and changes and amendments. So we do just want to make sure that the information is out there, get analyses where appropriate, and then have a chance to absorb all of that. So just wanted to let people know the flow. I understand that there's a dinner tonight with Maine Development Foundation at 4. So we will do our best to move things along this afternoon. So with that, we will open the work session for LD 1966, an act to improve access to community solar programs in the state. We do have your analysis from Lindsay. The blue analysis is already on your desk, as well as an amendment from Representative Warren. So we will start there with our analysis by our wonderful analyst, Lindsay.
Thank you so much. So extra copies of the bill analysis and Representative Warren's amendment are in the bin for the public. I do want to note that this bill analysis was drafted before the amendment went out, so keep that in mind. And so I'm going to go through the summary of the bill. This relates to the bill as originally printed. This bill directs the Public Utilities Commission to conduct one or more proceedings beginning in 2025 and every 5 years thereafter to review and investigate administrative charges demanded or collected by a public utility with over 50,000 customers. If the commission finds that a utility has over-collected administrative charges for one or more customers or ratepayers, the commission may order the utility to refund excess charges in future rates. The commission is also directed to adopt rules requiring a utility to disclose all administrative charges on any proposal, estimate, or invoice for work charged to a customer or to ratepayers. The commission must report to the Joint Standing Committee of the Legislature having jurisdiction over utilities matters and to the Governor's Energy Office following each investigation. The bill requires the Electric Ratepayer Advisory Council in developing recommendations to the public advocate regarding measures to ensure that ratepayers are able to afford electricity in the state, to identify methods to improve access to and use of community solar programs by low-income and moderate-income persons in the state. The bill requires the commission by June 1st, 2026 to require a transmission and distribution utility to offer consolidated billing to a distributed generation resource at the resource's request. The bill requires the commission to establish customer bill information requirements that require a customer bill issued by an investor-owned transmission and distribution utility that includes public policy charges on customer bills to include an accurate and comprehensive description of all costs and benefits of public policy charges. The bill also requires the commission to conduct by December 31st, 2025, a proceeding to examine and evaluate opt-in program designs to reduce net energy billing costs and requires a report to the EUT committee no later than March 31st, 2026. The committee had a public hearing on the bill. This was during the interim on October 30th, 2025, and received testimony. I will note if any additional testimony has come in, it may not be listed on my analysis, but it certainly is in your folders for your review. And we've got some considerations for you. So because this is a carryover bill, we've seen this with several that have been before the committee. The committee may wish to amend the dates in the bill to account for the passage of time and also change the reference to the Governor's Energy Office to the Department of Energy Resources, as the Governor's Energy Office doesn't exist anymore. Section 3 of the bill directs the Electric Ratepayer Advisory Council to improve access to and use of, quote, community solar programs. This term is actually not used in the Maine revised statutes. And so you may wish to define the term, or assuming this is consistent with the committee's intent, replace that with, quote, distributed generation resources with shared financial interest customers participating in net energy billing pursuant to section 3209A. I know it does not roll off the tongue the way community solar does, but it is describing, I think, what you're getting at. Section 6 of the bill references description of costs and benefits of public policy charges. This is just a technical recommendation. The committee may wish to clarify that this is referring to the benefits of programs associated that receive funding through public policy charges, as opposed to the benefits of public policy charges themselves. And Section 8 of the bill includes references to subscription fees and savings rates. I just want to raise for the committee, should these terms be defined? What is a subscription fee? Is this the supply rate that the customer pays to the distributed generation resource? Section 8 also states that a project sponsor must set a residential customer savings rate higher than 0. Just want to confirm that this is only for the purposes of net crediting. If this is a requirement which is intended to go beyond net crediting, you may wish to clarify that and put it elsewhere in statute. In the testimony that you received, there were several suggestions raised. Versant indicated that the definition of administrative charge may be overly broad. The PUC suggested replacing Section 1 of the bill with the Senate amendment to the committee amendment to LD 1949, which would also remove the need to retain Section 12 of the bill. The last page of my analysis includes the text of that Senate amendment. With regard to Section 6, Versant expressed concerns about disclosing the benefits of public policy charges. They said that would be challenging. For Section 7, Versant and the PUC expressed concern that net crediting requires payment, quote, regardless of the payment made by the customer. How would these unpaid balances be treated, and would these costs be absorbed by ratepayers? Section 8, the PUC noted that the consolidated billing fee may not be enough to cover the transmission and distribution utilities updates to their billing systems. And for Section 9, the PUC noted that this requirement was enacted in Public Law 2025, Chapter 430. This was LD 1777, and is currently part of the PUC rulemaking process. And I've given you the text there. Versant indicated with regard to Section 11 that less than 1 year for implementing consolidated billing is not feasible. And with respect to Section 12, Maine MREA's testimony indicates that Section 12 may not be necessary, as the PUC has opened a docket to examine and evaluate opt-in programs. Fiscal information has not been received from OFPR at this time, and there was only one information request. This was from Representative Warren to the PUC, and the PUC responded by email dated December 30th, 2025. So with that, I will stop and see if the committee has any questions for me on the analysis.
Any questions for Lindsay? My intent, just so you all know, is to then go to the sponsor for the sponsor amendment. And then maybe we tackle these by sections, because there's quite a few distinct sections of the bill. Right. Or Lindsay will walk through the sponsors amendment, and then we'll get sponsor reaction. So any questions on just what's been presented so far? It does not have the analysis of the amendment, but just wanted to pause. See where we're at. Okay. Lindsay, if you don't mind proceeding with the amendment that you also have in front of you, dated today's date, offered by Representative Warren.
All right, so we'll walk through the amendment, and actually the sponsors amendment addresses many of the issues that I raised in my bill analysis. So starting with Section 1, the sponsor would strike Section 1 and replace it with the Senate amendment to the committee amendment to LD 1949. So this was a recommendation that was, I believe, brought forward by the PUC. So this, instead of requiring the proceedings as in the original bill, defines an administrative charge, and a transmission distribution utility with over 50,000 customers is required to disclose any administrative charges included in customer bills, and establishes a provision for violations instead of requiring the ongoing proceedings. If we turn the page there's a change to Section 3 of the bill. This basically establishes what we mean when we say community solar programs. So instead of saying community solar, we use the terminology distributed generation resources with shared financial interest customers participating in net energy billing pursuant to statute. Section 6 addresses the sort of more grammatical issue of requiring a transmission and distribution utility to provide a comprehensive description of all costs and benefits of public policy charges, instead providing that they have to describe costs and benefits of programs that receive funding through public policy charges. The next section will be added to the bill. So this would create an exception to the provision in the kilowatt hour credit program, basically establishing limitations after December 31st, 2025, allowing for distributed generation resources that are able to demonstrate to the PUC that they are wholly owned by the customer or customers receiving the net energy billing credits associated with the output of the resource, and also those resources that are wholly owned by a cooperative corporation organized under existing law. So establishing that caveat, the sponsor had brought this up in her testimony. Next section is section 8. This is just updating the date, as this is a carryover bill. So with respect to consolidated billing, establishing that requirement by June 1st, 2027. And then the implementation of net crediting would be used by distributed generation resources by January 1st, 2028 instead of 2027. And then the same language that was for the kilowatt hour credit program, and then the same date updates applying for the tariff rate program under 3209B. And then lastly, striking section 12 of the bill, requiring the PUC to conduct a proceeding to examine and evaluate opt-in program designs and to reduce net energy billing costs.
So any questions of Lindsay? Of the amendment that does address much of what was in the analysis? Okay, seeing none at the moment. I'd like to just turn it over to Representative Warren for a moment to talk about either the amendment or to refresh us on anything you wish.
Thank you so much. So, yes, thank you so much, Lindsay, for all of your work and your time. I want to be as, responsive to where different committee members are at, but a couple of thoughts that I have in starting this conversation are, for one, an intention to remove section 9, which was highlighted and articulated by Lindsay in the considerations that this is duplicative because of LD 1777, in a similar way that section 12 is already happening. So it appears to me that this portion of section 9 also has that piece in it. So I wouldn't want to have duplication with LD 1777. So insofar as they're duplicative, I just wanted to note that it wouldn't be my intention to be duplicative. But section 7 and section 8 to me continue to be sticking points that are, I think, open for discussion and are part of what I hope is a productive work session where folks that have perspective on any side of this issue might want to share that at the pleasure of the committee, of course. But there's certainly issues that I want to address in a most productive way while trying to get at what I think is a legitimate issue of consolidated billing. So I know I would be interested to hear from members of the public that might have some thoughts or feedback. Not sure where anyone else is at.
Well, we certainly can. If you have a question for a certain entity, bring them up for work session. This is not a time to relitigate the bill. It is a work session. I had a question. And so committee, I'm wondering if we can take this by chunks a little bit. The first one is around the administrative charge. And that has been tweaked. We've seen that amendment both in your testimony, Representative Warren, thank you, as well as it was in Senate Amendment A for 1949, which it no longer is attached to that bill. It's on this bill. I did have a question for you regarding the feedback that this was overly broad. We heard that from a couple of different folks, and I wondered if that felt like something that required additional consideration, or did you feel like this language that you have worked out with folks is more fine-tuned?
I know there have been pieces of feedback that we've received throughout the process, and I know the variation that was at the public hearing was different than what is here now, which was introduced through the sponsor amendment. So consistent with the sponsor amendment, not the bill as it originally was drafted. My impression is that it's kind of well tuned. I feel like it's as specific as my impression from different stakeholders that I feel I would be comfortable with. I feel like it allows a level of expertise without maybe being overly prescriptive. But if there's a specific alternative, I guess I'm open to that. But my feeling had been either in Senator Carney's legislation or in this legislation. I thought it was a good statutory fix to what has been sort of this longstanding question and a desire for more clarity from our utilities. So yeah, I'm open to what different stakeholders might have to say. I'm sure there's folks here that might want to comment on that, but I felt comfortable where it was.
Thank you. And I'm not necessarily, unless somebody wants to ask a certain person, I'm asking you because you revised that section. And I'm interested in this section because I have seen it just be administrative charge. I did see some of the testimony talked about, well, if somebody wants to dispute it, that's fine. But without more detail, it's hard to know what to dispute. So I'm a fan of having it here. I just wanted to address if there are trends in our, I went back and looked at all the testimony last night. I wanted to just air out what I thought was there. So thanks for that. I'll take that into consideration. And Senator Grahowski, a question around section 1.
Yeah, thank you. Certainly, I think people who have to pay bills appreciate specificity, so I'm not going to disagree with that. I'm just curious, Representative Warren maybe, or anyone else from reviewing the testimony, how much of an issue has this been, which I know is like a qualitative question in a way, but I think about all the different types of complaints about interconnections that I've received over the years, and it hasn't been about this part of the process. And I'm wondering more specifically, now that our front of the meter program has been sunset, were most of the complaints coming from developers of those types of projects, or is it more residential behind the meter projects? And just trying to get a sense of, is this a problem that has become less of a problem because of other changes we've made? What substantive or quantitative data do we have around the magnitude of this issue versus the complexity we're adding here?
No, I hear you. I mean, my perspective is that we can't know whether some of these are fair charges without requiring specific numbers put on. So that was my impression of sort of a more root cause, or maybe where do you start to get to a fair solution. But I know there's been work that what you've done, for example, around an ombudsman, and my impression is that has improved things. I would otherwise probably defer to folks that have real world experience or are representing those that have to speak to their concerns over time. It sounds like that's sort of what you're getting at.
Did you have a follow-up, Senator Grahowski?
I would just say I don't need to hear from anybody right now, but since we're not probably going to vote on this today, if there is any quantitative data that different people have collected about what's the frequency of these types of complaints and what's the scale of the type of project we're talking about here. Is it, and here it says interconnection line extensions, other work funded, which bucket is the complaint in? Any of that kind of information that people can provide, because I don't have a problem with the general concept, but I'm also if 2 people complained over the last 10 years, then I really don't care to spend days on it, I guess.
Right. And as we always do, we're putting these out, we're discussing. If you have specific questions for a certain entity, please have them come up. But as we do always say, email to the EUT at legislature.maine.gov if you have specific feedback that you'd like to give to the committee once these proceedings, again, not anticipating that we will vote today. Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I looked at the question quite differently, which was that we've got this bucket called public policy that one utility uses, and we don't know what's in it. But we do know that the term public policy sends a message to every rate holder that,
Can I just pause you there?
Yeah.
That is section 6. Different section. This is administrative charges, section 1. Section 6 is public
Oh, I'm
policy.
sorry.
And I'm
We'll go back
assuming
there.
we are gonna get there. We getting there, which that's why I wanted to do this in buckets. You know, I love me some buckets, and that's so we can sort of focus on the many different parts of this bill. So this is just around detailing under section 1 administrative charge on the bills. If that's, we will go to you, Rep Geiger, when we're there. All set, Rep Webb, Representative Webb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're talking about how this is potentially overly broad. I'd be interested in hearing from our investor-owned utilities on what their thoughts are on how broad or concise this is.
Yep, so Versant had submitted testimony to that effect for the changes that were made. We'll phrase it that way. Mr. Cody, would you like to come up and talk about, if you've seen it, the administrative charge defined changes in the amendment, and offer your thoughts? If you have them.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Again, I'm James Cody on behalf of Versant Power. I think while we appreciate sort of the attempt at refining this language, I think we're still concerned that the definition itself still applies to more than if interconnection is really the problem. And my understanding is we get very few calls that are concerned about that administrative charge with interconnection. But if that is truly the charge, I think we still remain concerned that this definition would apply to things like line extensions and lots of other types of works that we do that may not fit neatly into this bucket. So that would be our consideration, and we're actually chatting. I'd be happy to provide some follow-up in advance of the next work session as well.
Representative Webb, can I ask a question? Because it does say in the definition that it would be cost of interconnection, line extensions, or other work funded. So I think the intent is whatever Versant would charge as an administrative charge, that simply be detailed out. Is there a concern with doing that?
Not necessarily. I think some of that is already occurring. I also think that, and I'll have to chat briefly, but my understanding is the way that they charge sort of includes a summary of many of these activities, may not break it down. So we can chat about it, and why don't I bring back something either later this afternoon or in advance of the work session?
Yeah, I think in advance of next work session would be delightful.
Sure.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Mr. Cody? And then we'll ask CMP to come up as well. Representative Warren.
Yeah, I'd seen bills that didn't articulate that, and sort of in my ignorance, I sort of oversimplified it as an itemized bill. And so I would be curious if you have examples where you have articulated that level of details for describing in a bill, because that was so different from what I'd seen in the last couple of years. So that would be great to know if this is not a problem. But if it is, I do think it's a fair one to want that level of clarity, because I imagine that it exists. It's just feels like people I've heard over the last couple of years in dealing with issues around especially solar energy, that this was a present concern, and I'd seen examples that said something different. So maybe I just haven't seen what you have to offer.
Certainly, and I can go back and dig in a little bit. I know that there was one example that was submitted during the hearing, but I believe that example was several years old, maybe close to a decade old. So I'll check to see what the distinction between what present day and that example looked like.
Thank you, Mr. Cody.
Thank you.
I do want to give the opportunity if the representative from CMP, Kathleen Bowman, would like to come up and talk.
Members of the EUT committee, I'm Kathleen Bowman.
Yes,
from
welcome.
Central Maine Power Company. I wanted to first apologize. I was not able to attend the hearing in October, and I just noticed this morning that my testimony was never uploaded properly. So I just did it this morning, and I'm thinking that might be what Lindsay was referring to, that there's some new testimony in your files, but we did have significant testimony back then. I have not had much of a chance to seek additional input on this amendment internally, but I agree with James. It's we don't have a problem with sort of itemizing. It's exactly what are you looking for us to break out. So we'll take it back and look at maybe providing you some examples of how we do it. So you can understand if what we're doing is meeting your needs or not meeting your needs and needs to be legislated.
Any questions for Ms. Bowman at this moment? Appreciate the offer for the information. Great. Thank you. Great. So just looking back under this section, are there any other questions of anyone in the audience or the sponsor regarding section 1? I would just invite those who may be impacted by this to also gather data and send them to us as well around this, either example, more updated bills or et cetera. Anything on section 1? Okay, going to move us on to section 2, which is just taking out an and because it carries over into section 3, which is not addressed in the amendment. So it's what's in the that's section 3 of the bill. I'm doing section 3 of the bill, which is to improve access to and use of community solar programs by low income and moderate income persons in the state, asking ERAC to add that to their duties. And so my question to the sponsor was, knowing that their focus is all opportunities to lower energy costs for all Mainers, including those of the lowest income. And is there a reason why that one is the only one that is carved out? I went back and read their objectives and the part of statute that this went to. Can you just expound a little bit? I did not see that in your testimony of why this over, say, anything else.
So there's a part of their recent work has focused on energy burden. So this idea that we want to reduce folks' energy burden. It does tend to be that energy burden is highest felt by those of lowest income. But for me, I want an explicit priority put on those of low income. And I think that should be given a priority. It's not a technical addition. It's sort of a priority that I want to see put in. And I don't want to speak for anyone, but my impression is that was not inconsistent with their work, with the council's work. And so it seemed like a sort of a non-issue to them and seemed to me to be meaningful. And it really just came about. I've been reading these reports over the years and they're really great. And I guess I just wanted there to be a little bit more of a focus on low income people and how these products can help to redistribute resources to those that might need them the most.
And so I don't know if our public advocate is still with us. I reviewed the public advocate's testimony last night and this part was not addressed. And so if the public advocate is still with us and she's willing, or if Ms. Most is willing to just give us their thoughts about that particular piece, I would love to hear. Welcome back, Public Advocate Sanborn.
Thank you, Chair Sachs. So I apologize that we didn't address this in our written comments. The challenge here is that LIAP has recently been redesigned as a program that will give customers who are eligible for a LIAP a monthly discount on their entire utility bill. And for those of us who are enrolled in community solar or have become familiar with how that billing works, that means their bill would be just the fixed customer charge. And they would be paying the rest of their energy bill to a community solar company, at least in the summer months. The winter months, they might have to pay some money toward their utilities, but it means that it could potentially interfere with their ability to receive their LIAP benefits the way the program is currently designed. So it is something that ERAC could look into. I think there are I have concerns with regard to how that will all come together in terms of LIAP and who's receiving those ratepayer funded support payments for LIAP. And then I guess I will also just mention that I think to the extent that there is still seasonal variation in community solar subscription billing. We generally do not recommend that folks who struggle with cash flow sign up for these programs unless they are on a program where they are only being charged for the energy that they use in a given month, as opposed to building up a bank of credits over the summer and then using up those credits over the winter, having, in other words, much higher bills in the summertime and lower bills from their community solar provider in the wintertime. That can be very difficult for low-income families to tolerate. So we urge caution when folks call us about that with regard to cash flow for folks who are potentially living paycheck to paycheck. So there are some challenges and some hurdles for low-income individuals to really fully benefit from both the low-income assistance program and community solar at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get your perspective on that. Again, just gathering information at this moment. Questions for the public advocate on that? Senator Grochowski, then Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Public Advocate Sanborn, I feel like what you've said sort of highlights why I hope that you and the ERAC can continue to think about this, especially because if we do move to a consolidated billing system, maybe some of those things will shift in terms of timing and confusion about who's getting paid what. The other thing that I just want to ask, this language also includes moderate income folks, so that those folks, it's not entirely about LIAP recipients. And I just wanted to check that overall, is this a request that you think has merit for the ERAC to consider, despite the sort of complexities that you've brought to our attention?
Yeah, I think it's something that ERAC can look into. I guess I would just caution that one of the other complicating factors for ERAC is that it has no budget. So really, when you're asking ERAC to look into things, it's the OPA looking into things or writing a report on things, because ERAC is just a group of very dedicated public volunteers who can get together once a month and ask questions and consider things. But to the extent we want experts to weigh in or reports to be written, that falls back on OPA's resources, because ERAC does not have any ongoing funding.
All set. Thank you. I think Representative Warren was next. Good points. Okay. Any other questions for the public advocate while we have her on this question? Seeing none, thank you. Certainly stand by in case there are other questions, if you don't mind, public advocate. Okay. All right. Just want to move on to the next part. Now we are at public policy charges, section 6, and there's information that was looks like that was we have in it's in the existing bill under section 6, but also on page 2 as tweaked as well per the analysis of Lindsay. So I will go to Representative Geiger in case you had any questions about, or was it just the section we were on?
It was responding to the idea that maybe it wasn't a problem, but I was completely confused. So I have nothing to say unless somebody else thinks this section is a problem.
Thank you. So this is about, yeah. Senator Grochowski, would you like to jump in?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm not saying I have a problem, but I do not quite understand what this is actually going to look like. I do live in a utility district that actually does have a public policy charge with that name, where conservation, for instance, is not in the same bucket. There's another stranded cost line that I think it's the long-term contracts and storm stuff, maybe, and anything left from Bangor Hydro, something like that. So we have a little more specificity than I've seen on the CMP bills. What I'm concerned about is a comprehensive description of all costs and benefits. I mean, the PUC gets reports that have different opinions about costs and benefits, and to put some kind of description of who decides, who's in charge of making the statement of what is comprehensive description of all costs and benefits, and how are they going to do it if we can't even get agreement between ourselves or between reports the PUC receives. I like that concept, but I don't understand how it's going to work. And so do you have any ideas about that really specific language there and how it plays out? I'd be glad to hear it.
So initially, when I was aware of this issue, I felt it was extremely problematic and bad faith that that line is in bills. I think it's engaging in politics and policy in a way that is very inappropriate, because I think there's an argument to be made that almost everything, perhaps everything that's on a bill is in some way implicates public policy. And I think that's a reasonable position to hold. My feeling on this is an attempt at a compromise that expresses that point, but asks our utilities to engage in a stronger good faith description. So it's on them to come to that determination and to weigh costs and benefits in some more reasonable way. But it's not saying you can't come to some conclusion that's based on your own analysis. You are a private company that can articulate this, but you have a tremendous amount of responsibility and authority and regulation that's placed from us onto you. And so it's simply an effort to express the parameters of what ought to be discussed if we're talking about public policy charge. And that's truly my intent or impression. I don't have a specific agenda and how that would shake out. And certainly I've been part of many discussions where I've differed in my perspective on how to adjudicate what are costs and benefits as an analysis. But what they've chosen to put in, I think, is a very controversial and harmful choice. What they've done now, I think they've made certain choices, and I would like to see those choices to be more nuanced.
All set, Senator? At the moment, because Rep. McIntyre would like to speak next, but we can come back if you'd like. Representative McIntyre?
Actually, thank you, Madam Chair. The sponsor's response answered my question. Thank you.
Lindsay?
One thing I just wanted to note for the committee, so the public policy charges section shows up in 3107, which the intro clause is: the commission shall by rule establish customer bill information requirements for investor-owned transmission and distribution utilities that, and then it's require a T&D. So this would be done by PUC rule. So to the extent that the committee wishes that there be more, if you're concerned about entities coming up with their own language, that could be something, that the PUC would come up with by rule. You could require that, but just wanted to flag that is the intro language. So it's not just a straight requirement in statute that they do this, it would be the rules that do it.
And we'd have to specify that in this.
Perhaps not. I mean, I think that might be something to ask the PUC how they would approach it.
And, okay. Representative Warren?
No, I just wanted to state, I misspoke. It was the PUC that allowed for this. So I also strongly disagree with their choice, and it wouldn't have been possible without their permitting it. And that is why it's in that section, because that's how the statute is structured. But I don't place all the responsibility on the utility itself, because it was, at the end of the day, the PUC who allowed for this. And I do disagree with that. And that's why we've been making this change. But how that's articulated in the details or advocacy around it is that both parties, I think, both have a responsibility and are in some way going to be held to some account. But I don't want to say you can't come to any type of adjudication or say have a specific agenda about how that number calculates out. I just think the choices that have been included talking about what a public policy charge includes is harmful. And I think it's extremely selective.
Can I just clarify my own question, Representative Warren? So in the testimony from Versant, they did, to Senator Grahowski's point, state these are the things that we put in these different buckets and the height and the titles of those different, so conservation or whatever it is. Is that what you're envisioning with this language for whatever investor utility, to have that sort of clarity? Do you have an issue with what Versant currently does? Is the problem this is trying to solve is that both of them are not like that? Or help me understand what the end result would be.
So there are the way that are, and I'm referencing Versant Power's testimony right now and talking about this. So they themselves state, transparency is valuable for customers, especially regarding the non-utility costs for which utilities are required to bill customers, energy supply, conservation, public policy-driven initiatives. So there's an acknowledgement that there are other costs that are borne out, but they say that energy supply is distinct from conservation, which is distinct from public policy-driven initiatives. And so to me, the choice to single out recovery from net energy billing program, from the low income assistance program, and then more recent long-term power purchase agreements, I think that's a very specific, very political choice. And I don't think that's the role of a utility, certainly not one that has the level of regulatory oversight and responsibility that I think to address climate change, we have to be acting in better faith than we currently are. And so that's why I want a distinction. I want a more holistic or comprehensive approach. And one thing we did look at was the cost and benefit analysis around our solar energy program in Maine, and a discussion we've had over the last couple of years of how do the costs and benefits bear out. And at the very least, whatever someone wants to say in their interpretation of different reports, at least it's an attempt to be more comprehensive rather than singling out NEB or low-income assistance programs.
Right, that I understand. I'm just trying to figure out, so is it that you would like the PUC under section 6, because of where it's cited, to outline what that needs to be on a bill?
So as far as I understand the mechanisms here, they would have to include, but may not be limited to, a few additional programs to make a more comprehensive approach. So the utilities could make additional proposals, and the PUC would have to choose whether to include them or disclude them, but they would have to include, I know energy efficiency programs is one such category, but if I had the bill in front of me.
Gotcha, I do. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
So it's this, and it could be others, but I do think some of these do need to be included and they're not from Versant today.
That makes sense. Thank you. I'm just trying to figure that out. I'm sorry, Senator Grahowski, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to clarify, you're not saying that there has to be a public policy charge itemized on a bill, but if there is one on a bill, you want more level of detail about why it's there.
Yes, exactly. I think the choice that the Public Utilities Commission made to agree to allow a public policy charge to be included and for it to be categorized in the way that Versant has chosen to categorize it, I think is a very political choice. And I think it's an expression of various forms of advocacy that we've seen before this committee over the last few years about their position on various issues. And I think it's putting a thumb on the scale. And I don't think it's either quite appropriate or quite accurate to what we're speaking about when we say public policy charge. So if we're going to use that terminology, I think it ought to be accurate. I think it's a measure of fact finding, if nothing else, and a measure of saying we need to be more fair and balanced in how we articulate or use that term if you're going to use it. And so it's sort of guide to the PUC more than anything about what should be allowed I don't think that choice was appropriate, but it was made. And so this to me is a corrective, but the utility certainly has a large role to play and they can make other asks around this.
Thank you. Representative Kessler and then Representative McIntyre.
I would favor just, looking at just the facts and getting judgment out of the language. Wondering thoughts about just striking and benefits and everything after the words policy or public policy charges and just say require them to include accurate and comprehensive description of all costs of the program. So just like any receipt has a list of, what taxes you might be paying on that purchase, just break down, what each of those programs are, and then the customer can decide if they want to look, oh, hey, what's this all about? And then they can just look it up themselves. What are your thoughts?
Would you like to respond or just have that out there for? I thought it's in the ether. Okay. Representative McIntyre was first and then Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As it's been indicated, we're likely not to vote on this today. So in offering feedback, I thought my question had been answered initially, but then the conversation continued. And Representative Kessler just offered something similar. In terms of language design, benefits itself, it can be a very enigmatic word to describe or to define. And yes, you're correct. There are different interpretations of it. So I think there is probably one thing that we could agree on. One of our primary objectives is how does it benefit the ratepayers rather than any ideological or partisan position difference. And so I offer that to you to possibly consider for the next work session, that's something I would be very interested in, is how does it benefit directly all Maine ratepayers? Thank you.
Thanks. Good feedback. Representative Foster and then Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I would refer this to the sponsor, but my question is, first of all, that this apply to both IOUs, and also just comment that I've had a lot more people that have contacted me wanting for me to explain what portion of their bill was because of policies this committee has passed, whatever you wanted to call it. So a second question is, are you suggesting here that you want that itemized? Net energy billing, YAP, that type of thing. Thank you.
So thank you. So okay. I'm trying to make sure I'm responsive to all these pieces. For one, I'm open to what you're saying. I just think the status quo was I was very surprised, frankly, that it was approved. I understand why a utility would seek it out in the way that they do. I don't oppose that. I think my impression in talking with my own constituents about that issue was a notion that there's a lack of public trust, a feeling that they're lobbying or advocating for certain things or creating a certain type of perception. And that's in part like the issues around net energy billing overall. There's a lot of debate or controversy in my own community, and I've solicited a bunch of opinions, and this is one issue that's kind of come up about I want to address it. Maybe I'm atypical in some ways, that you make assumptions about where I position myself, but I ultimately want to do the right thing or a certain amount of fact finding. But at the end of the day, there's ways that our utilities are putting their thumb on the scale, and ways that the public conversation around how much savings is possible in the NEB program is one of them, to be completely frank with you. So that was part of what motivated me. I, generally speaking, don't have a problem with what you're proposing, but I frankly was surprised to see that the PUC made that determination that it was sort of a nuance or non-controversial or appropriate or whatnot decision to allow them to include that on billing. And so my thought would be, we came to this idea because it was a reflection of the things that I think are reflective of public policy that we have made, and offer a balancing of the scales in some way. But I think we could get to the same conclusion with that, with what you're describing. I would want to hear from the commissioners about how they would interpret this language, because I was surprised by the choice that they did make. And then to what Representative Foster is speaking about, this would apply to any IOU, and at least as far as I understand, and that's my intention is what I'll say. And you don't have to use this term, but if you use the term, I think it ought to be reflective of what I think is more accurate, which is that there's a whole variety of policies we've made. Some have robustly benefited us, have been net positive, and there's arguments to be made even that NEB is net positive. I think that obviously I think there's opportunity for massive savings or reform, but that's debatable. And so that's sort of my thinking, is that these were just cherry picked, and in a way you could say these were as well, but it was trying to guide the commission in some way, but we could reform that as well. And if there's another point that was brought up that I didn't address, I apologize. That's not my intention. My intention was to be responsive to everything.
McIntyre all set? Brett Foster all set for the moment? Representative Geiger had a question?
Yeah, I just want to weigh in and say I agree with Representative Warren. I feel like the choice of using a term like public policy charges was provocative and is meant to drive a conversation. It's not a uniformly defined term. It's not used by every utility. If you actually applied that, the entire bill would be public policy, because we have chosen to divide generation and distribution. Everything that works in our state is about public policy. So I agree. I would even go further and say there should be a different term. The PUC should select it, and they should very strictly define what an itemized bill looks like and what is in each section of it. Because this allowed the utility that uses that term to sort of stuff lots of things in there and say, see, it's not our fault your bills are up. It's those politicians in Augusta. And I just think it's unnecessarily provocative.
Thank you, Representative. I'd actually like to pause us here and bring up the PUC if they're willing to be here. Deirdre, is she here? Yeah. Hi. Not a lobbyist, a treasured liaison with content expertise. And the reason I'm asking is the commission did not weigh in on this section of the bill in the initial testimony. And so my question to you is, you may have some comments on it, you may have just seen this, but I would like for the next work session, if you all could reflect on, maybe give us some history around public policy charge, you would need explicit direction by rule, and any of the other parameters that might be helpful if this were to move forward. But also, those are my asks to you. I wanted them on the record, but also, do you have any information based on what you've heard that I should pose in the form of a question to you for reflection?
I could provide a little background on how we got to that public policy charge, if that's helpful. I might have more details I can give, but I can give a pretty good overview.
Is that helpful now, committee, to have that, or to have it submitted? Either one. It may be helpful to have it on the record if you're able to do so briefly, and then give us more. Okay.
So prior to August 2024, we didn't allow itemization on the bills. We had opened a rulemaking docket on our chapter 815 rules. And part of what we looked at is we had been told over several sessions that the legislature wanted more bill transparency on the bill for customers so that you can understand the different components of the bills. So we posed this question about this to the commenters and stakeholders and saying, should we itemize the bill? And if we should, what kind of category should we do? What kind of things? And there was several questions. And while we didn't have complete consensus, I think, on what exactly the category should be, the overwhelming consensus that itemization should be allowed. And so we did that, and I think we separated out, and this is the part I need to go double check and triple check on, but I think we separated out the public policy because we didn't want to call them stranded costs because they aren't technically statutory stranded costs. And so there was a separation of those costs so people weren't confused, and it was all lumped under a stranded cost category. And so that's how it came up. It wasn't required. It was just saying if the utility wanted to itemize the bill, they could, and these were some of the categories. Also tried to limit the categories because you don't want to have 5,000 categories and the bill becomes overwhelmingly confusing. So it was sort of trying to balance those things out. Versant then went with the public policy charge. Their public policy charges are slightly different than what CMP might have. So they explained they're different amongst the utilities. So at least that's the history, but I can give a little more detail. I can get the comments that were submitted on that charge. If the committee wants that information, I'd be more than happy to give that background. And then what's proposed here, the way I read it, I think is exactly how Lindsay read it, was this would have to be done through a rulemaking because the opening sentence is, you know, we should do this through rule, and this would have to be decided through rule. So then I think it would be, how would we figure out if it's to sort of say they have to provide the cost and benefits, what would that look like? I mean, I think to say you have to comprehensively explain those, and because there could be individual programs within that greater charge, I mean, that might be tricky, and a bill becomes now a lot of pages. So I'm not saying that's impossible, but I just think that we'd have to take some time to think about how that would be, but it would be through a rulemaking process where we would also solicit feedback from stakeholders.
Okay, it's helpful. Questions for Deirdre, Representative Kessler?
I can wait for the answer if you don't have it, but do you recall, you know, how many actual line items there would be? Like you had 5,000, but might there be?
I don't remember the amount of suggestions or what we wound up limiting it to. Oh, you mean if we went with this, how many? I'm sorry.
Right, like if we were to list out, you know, all of the things within the public policy charge, how many things?
I don't think it would be a ton, but there would be, you know, you have LIAP theoretically, you have like the EMT charges, you have the cost associated with NEB, you have the cost associated with long-term contracts. Those are the four I can think of right off the top of my head.
Yeah, the goal.
A couple others
is-
I'm missing right now. But
Yeah, I just don't, I would like transparency, but also don't want it to look like a CVS receipt.
Right.
Now we're going to get the calls from CVS. Senator Grahowski, go ahead.
I'm sure they're watching right now. My question is, so I only have like an older copy of the CMP bill, but I think it's not relevant anymore than it's not, but what they've done, because I understand it was going to cost them a lot of money to reprogram to be able to itemize, so they didn't opt to do that. They basically say there's this whole bucket of things which are non-CMP costs that support Maine's public policy initiatives. And then it says learn more about CMP rates and public policy costs and it's got cmpco.com/public policy costs. I bring that up because I'm wondering, do you see that there could be a role for the PUC to say, hey, we're not going to make you stuff this all in a bill, which is going to cost all the ratepayers more money to have that mailed to them.
Right.
But we're okay with you linking to more information online, and we will provide through a rulemaking what that information should be online that you link to. Like, could that be a way to get around sort of this CVS and more information issue, but still have the PUC be in charge of, through a process where you get public input, deciding like what is the right level of transparency for the ratepayers?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a possibility and a link of that nature and sort of what has to be included in there. I guess I'm just concerned with, I think that accurate and comprehensive, I don't disagrry with it, but I think even like the costs and benefits of solar reports that we do, I mean, those things are highly contested and everyone's contesting what those costs and benefits are. So I think, I mean, we could say that would be included. And I think it's possible. I just think it gets tricky because there is disagreement.
Well, I just want to say, as we think about this section, what I'm thinking about is I don't want to do something that's going to end up costing me even more money. to the ratepayers, number one. Number two, the PUC has a lot of really important things to do for our clean energy transition, and I don't want you guys spending a ton of staff time and like months and months in a docket about a paragraph that 1 in 1,000 people are going to go read. So I just want to put those out as the principles that I'm thinking about. I certainly want accuracy. However, as a person who actually is representing Versant customers, which some of us at this Horseshoe are, but others are not, I did get complaints about this item. It wasn't what it was called, and it wasn't that there wasn't more info. It was, I want to understand why you made these public policy decisions. And I think to the extent that it was something that took time out of my day to respond to, it was actually an appropriate question. And what Versant did provided transparency, and CMP is doing it in a different way. So I'm not trying to single anybody out, but I had to have hard conversations with constituents, and that's my job. And if other people at this Horseshoe are uncomfortable with saying that public policy generated a cost, then we shouldn't be voting to generate costs or benefits. So I just want to say, I appreciate other people's concern about this, but if you weren't the one fielding the phone calls, then we should talk a little bit more about what that experience was like, because I think it was a great way to educate people and share ideas back and forth, which has evolved my thinking about the work that we do on this committee.
Trying to turn to Representative Runte, who's got his hand up. Do you have a question for Deirdre Snyder from the PUC?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Has there ever been any attempt, thought, thinking about some sort of, call it a standardized template of that would be common to both utilities, that would delineate a handful of charges that were understandable by most ratepayers?
I would have to go back and double check. I'm not sure if that's the case. I don't want to guess and be wrong. So I'll bring that back.
Any follow-up, Representative Runte?
No.
Thank you. Any other questions for Deirdre? Representative Warren?
Yes, thank you. I would want to know if you'd have any feedback on, I guess, additional costs that this would incur in some way. Just what I think the senator was expressing. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't probably be able to give you an exact number, and that might be more apt for the utilities. And I think without knowing what that would be, but I would assume if they have to make changes to their bills or what might be included in there could be additional costs. But I'll do the best I can to get you information.
Quick follow-up. We haven't even gotten to consolidated billing. I'm just reminding the committee this.
Maybe as part of that, were there any additional costs when they came up with this public policy charge?
Yeah, I'll check with
idea?
Versant on that.
Because I just some type of measure that,
I think it did roll out that they were, I could be wrong again, that change happened when they made changes to their billing system as a whole. And so it might have been part of this whole thing they were doing at the same time when they then put that on there. So, but I will check that.
Any last comments or questions for Deirdre Snyder before we move back? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Okay. So lots of discussion about public policy charges. I'm going to move us to the next section if we could. This is actually on your amendment. It was section X, which is, and number 10, which was not in the original bill, but was on the sponsored testimony. Exempting the applicability within the net energy billing agreement for those resources that are wholly owned by the customers or wholly owned by a cooperative corporation. We had some emails about this. Committee members, do you have any questions regarding this section or discussion items for the sponsor? I do not, but I just needed to check in. Representative Warren, you had a question about this section?
I just wanted to express an understanding that there are folks here who would be directly impacted if anyone has questions on Mike or later. I know they made the trek, so, and they're a great organization.
Right, but this is for questions for those providers. I believe the public advocate wanted to weigh in on this section if she is still there. This is around the wholly owned cooperative exemption. Just going to check in and see if the public advocate. Because again, this was not, since it was not part of the original bill and it's in the amendment, my question to the advocate, hello, who is not driving. I
Hello,
understand
I
you're
am
being
not
driven by
driving.
someone.
Yes.
Yes. For all those on Zoom. But my question to you, public advocate, is did you have any, because you've been so involved with net energy billing, do you have any feedback on this particular section?
I do. So, as part of the whole set of compromises around LD 1777, there was a carve out to the project charge that applied to these customer owned and cooperatively owned solar installations that already were able to meet the various deadlines in LD 1777 and in prior bills. And those were part of the compromise and this sort of delicate balance that I describe in whenever I talk to anyone, including federal courts, about LD 1777. The position of the public advocate's office is that we are not going to support any further changes that would roll back or upend the set of compromises that we made in LD 1777. This becomes a very large loophole that could really undermine the ability of the Department of Energy Resources to design a successor program, for example, that requires the inclusion of storage in order to be eligible for the program. And we think it's really important that the set of compromises that were included in LD 1777 be maintained and not upended at this point.
Would you mind, would your office mind sending something in, some testimony around that piece? Because
Sure.
I was not aware that I've seen your other testimony that talked about you don't want any changes, but how specifically this would, I hadn't heard that about successor program or some of the testimony we had in was this is a very limited exception that probably should have been included, but you're saying it was intentionally not put in or that the raising of it actually would have far greater magnification.
Yeah, we'd be happy to follow up in writing and put some of what I just said in writing. But yeah, I think just in summary, the message that we heard from certain members of the committee and of the legislature that helped them get comfortable voting for or not opposing LD 1777 was that front of the meter programs under the 3209A and B iterations of net energy billing, that those programs would be effectively closed at the end of last year. And that was part of the whole sort of set of compromises, and this would reopen that possibility. And that's not an oversight. I think that would be a fundamental change.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that input. Any questions for the public advocate on this section? Thank you. Seeing none, I understand you want to talk about consolidated billing. We might get there. Thanks. Hold on.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any other questions regarding this section or comments that anybody wants to make for the sponsor? The moment. Okay. Thank you. So we will go on to the last section of the bill, which if you see in the original bill has a definition of net crediting, but then two sections regarding consolidated billing, of which net crediting is in that in those sections as well. So we've gotten some feedback around this. I don't know where folks, I'll just leave it to the committee for any questions that you might have regarding consolidated billing. We have some folks who I think, again, I would, if no one has any immediate comments, I'd like to bring the public advocate back in just because I don't know where she's going and how long it will take to get there if she's being driven. So anybody want to make any comments before I bring in the public advocate regarding consolidated billing? Okay, if we could bring in public advocate Sanborn, that would be great. if she's still there. And
All right.
hello, back, and she's now
Hello.
popped someplace else. Hello.
I have
My
made it to
question.
the airport.
Yeah, there we go. So my question to you, Public Advocate Sanborn, is do you have other feedback regarding this section, again, even though because it's been amended, that is different than you just don't want to touch things that were done in 1777? Not just, but I do have your orange sheet that said that, but was there something else in particular you wanted to highlight for the committee?
Yeah, there is, which is that should the committee decide, despite the fact that our office does not support at this time going forward with consolidated billing, but should the committee want to pursue it, I think it's really critical that the language presented in this particular draft be quite amended to make clear that all costs of consolidated billing should be borne by the distributed energy resources that benefit from it, and not borne by the utilities, which means passed along to the larger body of ratepayers. I want to really highlight that consolidated billing would relieve the distributed energy resources of a significant expense in their operation of their solar installations. And if they're then paying the utilities to do that service for them, then that might be fair. But if the cost of that is shared amongst ratepayers or capped or limited in some way that causes them the utilities not to be able to collect their entire cost, then that would be extremely unfair. And not something that I recommend the committee entertain. So that's sort of, our fundamental concern about the language as it's written now. The broader piece also is that I think there's a lot that we need to ask the utilities to do in terms of upgrading their billing system, both of their billing systems and metering systems, to be ready for the grid's demands in the future. And those include things like vehicle to grid capabilities, aggregation of distributed resources that folks have in their homes, like batteries or EV batteries potentially, into virtual power plants, and other sorts of demand side resources that really are that flexible grid of the future that I think we imagine, and that have started to be described in CMP's integrated grid plan that they filed last month. If we ask the community, if we ask the utilities to focus on consolidated billing for the next 2 years, we will be setting back our ability to instead ask them to plan for the future. We would be asking them to build a pretty expensive system to take care of a legacy program that has now been closed to new entrants. And I don't think that's the best use of their resources. I wish we could do everything for everyone and have it all be free, but that's just not the world we live in. And so our focus is on preparing the metering and billing systems for the future rather than for the net energy billing past.
Questions? Representative Warren?
Thank you so much for being here. I know there had been not legislation, but a memorandum of understanding led by Senator Vitelli, I think now a couple of years ago, to create a path to the information sharing that can lead to consolidated billing. I think obviously that was a bit before your time, but the idea that this would not be addressed was not something I had been aware of in the first session, and certainly something I thought we were all moving towards over the last couple of years. And I guess my question for you around that is, if that's a difference of perspective, I do want to get into the costs, and you're mentioning that there's going to be robust costs involved. And I wanted to maybe understand your thinking about that a little bit better. If I am looking to make changes consistent with your concerns, my impression was that there had been a certain amount of work that has been done by our utilities, but there might be more insight you can share there to put real dollar amounts down.
Sure. So my understanding of the memorandum of understanding with regard to Senator Vitelli, and certainly open to correction by others who might have been on the committee during that time. But my understanding of it is that it was about information sharing for the purpose of the solar companies being able to improve their own billing. And that work has largely been completed. I think finally been completed. It took a bit longer than expected, in part because of just a strange snafu that happens when folks are signed up for multiple community solar programs all at once, and the utilities had to figure out how not to share competitors' data with the other competitors. So they have figured out that data transfer, but that data transfer is for the purpose of the solar companies to do the billing the way they do now. It also is necessary for them in order for them to monitor allocation size and be able to comply with LD 1777's new requirements that they refund customers for expired credits that they paid for if they're over allocated. So that information exchange is not the type of work that I'm talking about with regard to establishing a consolidated billing processes. Consolidated billing processes would require that the utilities, for example, redesign their paper bills or their electronic bills entirely for folks who have these virtual metering arrangements, and that they then collect funds from customers that are then transferred to the solar companies by the utility. That also introduces the risk of non-collection of payment, and implicates the waterfall of payments and the management of bad debts being shifted onto our utilities as well, which has an attendant cost as well as a risk to ratepayers being on the hook for some of that bad debt. So all of those things, I think the costs are significant. The investment of time and attention by our utilities are also really noteworthy. It can be done. I am aware that they are capable of making their systems behave in this way and taking on this role. And certainly if you order them to do it, it will be done. But I do not know how much it will cost. That probably depends on how fast you make them do it as well. And I am very concerned about the idea of any kind of cap on their ability to recover those costs from the parties who benefit from the investment of time and resources. And we ask a lot of our utilities. It may be one thing, for CMP, which is a relatively large company. Versant is a relatively small company. They have a parent now who may be able to provide them with some resources, but that parent is largely out of the country, so doesn't have net energy billing experience, for example, in other states that are very similar to ours in the United States. So I think we need to be very mindful of what we're asking our utilities to focus on, because those very same employees who are going to focus on this, if the committee orders this, will then not be able to focus on, for example, advanced rate design and the implementation of things like vehicle to grid or more storage enabled virtual power plants, those types of innovations that I think are the future.
Follow-up, Representative Warren?
And then, so is it your kind of position that we don't make any changes to the status quo? I had thought that there was some testimony, and I think in discussions last session where you had expressed that this this was a concern for various main ratepayers that use these services, and certainly constituents of mine. And it felt to me to be a piece of trying to problem solve on NEB, and had been for years. So I guess I'm curious, do you see any resolution, or do you think it's just not a problem worth solving?
So I do think that the current bifurcated solar billing is problematic for customers. I think, you know, as I described earlier, it's problematic for the application of LIAP. It's problematic for folks who are trying to manage their bills throughout the year and have to deal with the seasonality of solar. So there are a number of problems with the current way that we do it. And our position at the office right now is that this is where we stand now on consolidated billing. And the reason for that is that we are in the context we're in now, where the program has been closed to future development, and where a successor program and other sorts of future rate design and grid enhancing programs are likely to be developed in the relatively near term. And so it's really about a trade-off. Like I said earlier in my testimony today, or in my comments today, if we could have everything that we wanted all at once, we would absolutely support consolidated billing. If we could have everything we wanted all at once, then it would be free. But nothing really falls in that category when it comes to electricity. And so our position is that we don't support the implementation of consolidated billing at this point in the development of our net energy billing journey as a state.
Okay, any other questions for the public advocate on this section for clarification or information? See none, thank you. Appreciate you being here. Okay, any other questions or discussion around this section of the bill? May just need time for absorbing. Representative Kessler.
I'm just wondering, is there anything that would prevent one of these DERs that do this brand of community solar to enter into a private contract with the utility to accomplish this goal for their own business?
Is that a question for someone, or
This
just
is
again?
for, this is in the ether, but in terms of anybody who has, or who is representing one of those companies, if they can answer that question.
Want to repeat it one more time for folks?
So the question is there anything that prevents a company from entering into a private contract with the utility to deal with these billing issues and provide that service to their customers, rather than have it be mandated by the state?
I'll let you marinate on that. You can send a note up to Lindsay if you think you can. I do. Is it regarding that particular one? Okay.
Not to speak for anyone because no one ran to the mic. My impression of various conversations over the last year is that would be way too costly for someone to do. Like the benefit here is to set up a model by pooling the fees that would be accumulated to make it cost efficient for companies to do. This I see more as benefiting ratepayers, like consumers of this service, than anything else. And frankly, I also have an interest to help to make this resource more available to low-income people and those that qualify by enrolling themselves, or perhaps being auto-enrolled in a program like a LIAP. So that's part of my, longer-term interest around this. It's not really about providing a better product for people, but about the way that it benefits the majority of young people.
I have one last person I'd like to call up. I'm wondering again if the PUC line's coming up, Deirdre Schneider. I had a question regarding your testimony. My question, if you don't mind, hello, welcome.
Hello.
Dr. Schneider, PC. I had a question regarding the commission is concerned with the requirement that the transmission and distribution utility is required to provide payment to a project sponsor or DG resources regardless of a payment being made to the customer participating in net energy billing. Which your summation was that project sponsors or DG resources would be whole, but the utility would need perhaps not get payment from the customer, leading to all ratepayers. Is that similar to what the public advocate was discussing?
Yes, I think we have very similar viewpoints. The statute basically lays out in the bill in section 7 that the utility is paying the project sponsor regardless of whether the customer actually paid the utility. So over time, that's going to be bad debt. That's going to be recovered from other ratepayers. So then we're going to be subsidizing the consolidated the billing issue through all the other ratepayers for those participants. So that was one of the concerns. I mean, I think we think consolidated billing is great, but as long as the utility is not paying for any of it.
And did you have any other comments about the other information on the bill that we didn't ask you?
Yeah, I think the only other piece is this, I think the 1% again, it's locked at 1%. So they can, in order to do the billing, utility is allowed to recover 1% of the subscription fee to cover the costs. And other states have done 1%, but those other states also have populations that are way larger than Maine. So if they're then maybe way bigger programs, so they might be collecting more money. I think it would be just helpful if it was something in there, if going forward, the committee to consider some flexibility that 1%, or it could be higher if there's a case to be made that it can be higher. Because we just don't know if you go forward with this, what that looks like and what those administrative costs will be. And so locking it in at a specific percentage, then again, puts on the line that there could be additional cost shift to other ratepayers for this.
Thank you for that. Any additional questions? Thanks for that clarification on that. And that has not changed your concern with the new language. I did not see any difference in that section.
Yeah, no, it's still the 1% and nothing's changed with the net crediting definition. So those two things are still in play with this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions for the PUC on that piece? That was just my question. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, folks. We've gone through every bucket of the bill. Any last questions or motions that you'd like to ask the sponsor or the sponsor? This is not the time for statements per se, I wouldn't say, but.
I think as many of the thoughts and perspective that was shared by the public advocate is really valuable. So I really appreciate them being here and sharing that. And I want to be responsive to those concerns. Absolutely. And I wanted to know whether there was any interest to hear from Kate Daniel. She's only available virtually, but I've received a lot of feedback after that public hearing and consistent with some of these concerns. And she's a resource that I think can provide valuable insight to maybe respond to some of what was shared here. So I just would put that. Otherwise, we can move forward. But.
Well, did anybody have a specific, we did, thank you. I do see that there were Q&As that she might have been involved in that we were sent. Does anybody have a question for or request for information from Kate Daniels, who is available by Zoom at this time? Happy to have her if there is. Okay, none, although maybe for a future work session. As we move forward. This was a lot to absorb, so I appreciate her availability. Okay, any additional thoughts or questions for the ether or otherwise discussion of this bill? If not, I will entertain a motion. We are at the time of motioning. Representative Warren?
Motion to table.
There's been a move to table, second by Representative Webb. Not up for discussion. All in favor of tabling? Any opposed? No, I believe Representative Rente, the motion prevails, I hope. I don't see any objections. Oh, on Zoom. That's great to know. I didn't realize that because we said yes to him last time. So thanks for the procedural. Okay, I would like to take literally a 5-minute break if we could before we move on to 1949. Hopefully that will be able to get the sponsor here. She's not, yeah, so 5 to 10-ish, we're waiting for Senator Carney to come. So thank you, folks. That ends the work session. There we go. Bonsoir. Okay. On y va. French always does it. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're continuing on our work sessions. I'd like to open the work session for LD 1949, an act regarding energy fairness. I'd like to invite up the sponsor, our own Senator Ann Carney. And folks, we just received these on our desk. I note at the top and highlight, it says this is a strike and replace amendment. So I just spoke with the sponsor, and I think what probably makes sense is for the sponsor to go through this with us. To remind you, this bill had gone through the Senate, got parked in the House, and then referred back to committee. So we have seen, I don't know, maybe parts of this. I haven't really looked. But I'm going to go through this. I'm going to ask Senator Carney to go through this bill with us. We can ask questions if we have them of Senator Carney, and then schedule this bill for another work session where folks would have time to give us input as they do, and then we can ask questions of others. Does that sound okay? So this is sort of a refresher with a new amendment from Senator Carney. And so if we have questions, even our analyst hasn't seen this, so we can just take a look and see what is before us with this bill. Does that sound like a good way to go for today? I love the thumbs up. Welcome, Senator Carney. It's delighted to see you this afternoon.
Thank you, Chair Sachs, and thank you, members of the Energy Utility and Technology Committee. I'm really pleased to be with you today and appreciate all of your hard work. I've been listening in on your work today. And thank you for your consideration of this strike and replace amendment to LD 1949. I will explain to you why I did the strike and replace. This bill was presented, amended in committee, amended on the floor of the Senate. And I thought that it would be easier to understand the bill than to try to decipher amendments that apply to all of those different documents. And so a strike and replace is what you have in front of you. The concepts that are new are highlighted in yellow, and there are things that were taken out. For example, the administrative provisions that are in Representative Warren's bill, and they're not highlighted because they're not here, and it's impossible to highlight something that's not here. But I didn't, any place that I removed something that is not indicated, and my apologies, but that was just so that you had a clear vision of what the legislation is asking you to do. So big picture, the purpose of the amended version is to focus a little more narrowly on affordability than the sort of big environmental justice concept that was kind of the anchor of the original bill. And so I'm just going to take you through it and highlight the new parts, and I'm happy to answer questions, and I think I'll pause after each part just to give you an opportunity to ask questions. So Part A is a provision that would change the factors that the PUC looks at for determining just and reasonable rates in ratepayer cases to include a factor that relates to the impact of affordability on residential customers. So that's option one for Part A. As I discussed this with the PUC, they had a second suggestion, which I thought had a lot of merit, but I wanted you as a committee to know what the two options were. I didn't feel it was appropriate for me to decide that. And so the other option would be to place more toward the beginning of Title 35A, a new section, which would be 103B. And that new statutory section would simply read, in executing its duties, powers, and regulatory functions under this title, the Commission, while ensuring system reliability, shall consider the impact on affordability for residential customers. And so that would apply beyond the rate setting question. I will tell you that that language is similar to 103A, which relates, I believe, to the impacts on climate. And so I'll just pause there and ask if there are any questions about Section A.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator, for being here today, and thank you for this bill. I just have a question about, as you probably know, we passed a big bill last session that was about trying to fairly apportion stranded energy costs across all utilities and different rate classes. Do you, one of the questions I have about this is that bill required that there be an equal apportionment across all utilities for residential customers, which means that for CMP customers, the amount went up while it went down for one of the Versant utilities. Is that, does this undo that?
No, it does not undo that. This is more, this is focused on looking at the impact from the perspective of a customer or consumer. And so it's not looking at the back end, so to speak, of how charges get allocated. It's really looking at what can we do to understand and increase affordability. And it might involve things like, instead of shifting costs from one customer to another, it might involve things like public benefit programs or taking advantage of grants or other things. So it's a very different focus than that. And I will just confess that I have exhausted my knowledge of that legislation. I am not as familiar with it as all of you are, but thank you for the question.
And I'll just ask, I know the PUC is in the audience, and so for the work session, if you could speak to that and in your work together with Senator Carney around A1 versus A would be helpful. Thank you. Any additional questions on this section? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just add to what you just suggested that both the sponsor and the PUC may come back and tell us how they would determine affordability amongst the various customers.
I would love to address that right now because it's a bit of a spoiler alert, but if you jump to page 5, parts E and F are unallocated language, but it talks about the PUC conducting a comprehensive review of each component of electric delivery rates and charges to determine whether those changes to the current design are necessary to mitigate upward increasing cost trends. And it gives a couple of different categories of things to look at. But then if you move on to part F, and this is something that I understand the PUC is already considering, is that they would like to develop an affordability metric to be used to assess the overall electric bill energy burden for residential customers of an investor-owned transmission or distribution facility. So what this part F would do would be to ask the PUC to consider that and then require the PUC to give kind of an interim update to this committee on January 15, 2027, and then a final report about that affordability metric on December 15, 2027, so that it could be acted upon by the 134th legislature in 2028. So yeah, and I agree wholeheartedly, I think with you. I'm assuming that your concern is to have, we don't want to have these sort of more generalized standards. We want to be able to really hone in on what the issue is with affordability. Thank you.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, Senator Carney. So what do you see to be the difference between, it was my understanding that that's essentially what the PUC did when they received a request for huge rate increases from both utilities, and in the end, the commissioners refused those due to, specifically, they talked about affordability. So what do you think is not happening that this section E and F add that isn't already there?
So I know that the PUC has started to formulate its work in this area. And what this would do would include a legislative directive to undergo that, those two, the review and then the development of the affordability metric assessment. And it would also give this committee an opportunity to look at the progress on that work right at the beginning of the next legislative session, and then look at the final product of that work at the end of 2027. And then would give you authority to report out any related legislation in the 134th legislature. So it gives, it creates a directive to do the work if the legislation passes, and then it also gives this committee an opportunity to weigh in partway through and then at the end of that process.
So questions around section 1? Going on to part B.
So part B has not changed at all. And so if there are no questions, I can move on. That was all language that was in.
Okay, you're just saying it was in 1949.
It was in 1949 as considered by the Senate.
Right. And so you're welcome to ask the sponsor any clarifying questions, although you may want to go back and refresh yourself for some of these things. If not now, we will reserve the right to ask you these later. Senator Carney, we could.
Yes, thank you. Then part C is, this is a bit of a change. So paragraph G was a limitation on recovery of costs that was in the original legislation and also in the version of the bill that passed out of this committee. It was a very different kind of calculation, and it actually seemed to me to be something that was difficult and challenging to calculate. And so this is an attempt to significantly reduce the time that it would take to calculate, and also limit the limitation to just 50% of the costs associated with attendance at, participation in, or preparation for an appeal of any contested rate case proceeding conducted before the commission. So it's simpler, it's a more limited reduction, and it seemed that it's my understanding that many states are considering and or taking steps like this, and this is sort of in the middle of the road of what other states are either looking at or have adopted. And I know there's been some exchange between Representative Runte and others about this portion, and I would defer to either Maine Conservation Voters or the public advocate because they had more of a direct role in crafting that language than I did.
So this could be the one exception if you're saying that they helped to craft this language?
Yes.
Okay. So if, again, you could just absorb it, but if there was a specific question that you would like to direct to the OPA or MCV now, but also know that we can bring them back for the work session and have them available, which I would ask them to be available if they could. Representative Runte, did you have a question regarding this section?
Well, yeah, and it's, I suppose, given what was just discussed, it's a question for those at MCB. It's really two questions. One is, how much consideration has been given to how limits on cost recovery might affect the depth of analyses utilities perform when proposing investments in some of these more complex topics like emerging technologies and grid modernization. And the second thing is I'm curious if what the cost benefit analysis is on putting in a measure like this. I mean, we know what if you applied it to existing ratepayers, how much of an impact on cents per kilowatt hour it would be. I suspect it's fair to assume that there will be legal expenses to defend this when it gets challenged. What's the cost benefit for ratepayers in terms of over the long term what this measure accomplishes. So those are my questions.
Great. And so I just asked, the public advocate said she will respond to those in writing. She's still in the airport texting me. Also will be available for the work session, I hope. And we'll ask the same thing from our friends at Conservation Voters around that. So that's two questions that we have. I will also note for folks, this unidentified memo that you have is, I think, from Kathleen Bowman at CMP, dropped this on our desk, and she said it's specifically regarding section G. So that's for your light reading later on, but just so you know, it's entitled Rate Case Expense Talking Points. So Representative Kessler.
This is a question for the public advocate's office, but when the flight has landed, what other states are doing this already, and why is it appropriate for ratepayers to pay any of the costs of utilities efforts to raise rates? I would be curious to get that answer.
Procedural questions. A procedural question I have for you, Lindsay, before we turn back to the sponsor is, will this be sent out to interested parties after our hearing today? Or can it be, just because it is a strike and replace?
It certainly can be.
Yes, I think that would be helpful. Before I get a bunch of texts, I'm just letting y'all know, get it out there. Thank you. We just received it today, so it's helpful. Thank you. We appreciate that. Okay, thank you, Senator, for that. Anything else you'd like to say regarding G?
No, and thank you for articulating those questions in advance of the next work session. I apologize that I wasn't able to answer them.
Not expected. We're happy to have lots of input.
Part D has not changed from the document that you previously voted on.
Senator, could I just also
Yes.
pump back? So 6 at the page, top of page 4, the violation and penalties remain unchanged from your previous version as well?
Yes, yes, that's section C4 and
Yeah,
that
I just want to
remains
make sure. Yep.
unchanged. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you for pointing
Right.
that out.
And so part D is where we are now on page 4, committee. That had been part of the previous bill, correct?
Correct. Yep. The version that this committee voted on.
Yes. Great.
And then parts D3 and D4 that you see at the top of page 5 also were part of the version of the bill that the committee voted on in the previous session. And then that brings us to part E, which is the comprehensive review of electric delivery rates and charges. And then, and that is really, that's not, that is the purpose of this is to really, and I know this was part of your earlier discussion, to help understand what the different components of are the ultimate dollar amount that ratepayers pay when they pay their bills, and to bring more clarity to that. The original coalition that worked on this legislation had gone through a process of going to different community settings and having people bring their electric bills to try to help people understand their electric bills. And there was a tremendous lack of understanding and clarity. And and so the intent of this is to bring more clarity and clear up confusion on all sides regarding what people are paying for on their electric bills. And I can take questions on that.
Any questions? Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just trying to gauge myself for the follow-on conversation. Do you have any sense of how you would define the recent upward increasing cost trends? How far back of in terms of applicability would you initially frame the word recent?
So this is unallocated language, so it won't appear in the statutes, but it is law, or it would be if it were enacted. The recent upward increasing cost trends and the time frame covered by that obviously is not specified here. I would say that the review should cover that time frame, which is relevant to obtaining the information needed to complete the review. And so the PUC is conducting this review, and I think that they would be able to make that determination by looking at the data that they have accessible to them.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Representative Warren.
Thank you so much for being here and for what you're sharing and bringing forward. I don't know if this would be a good question to put to you at this time, but I am, or to you, but I am curious to understand better what the understanding is behind work that's recently been done about reviewing rates and charges and trying to achieve affordability. I know we have the Electric Ratepayer Advisory Council, for example, that does issue some of these recommendations, and they're excellent, and we don't always listen to them, in my opinion. So, and some of them are consistent with what we're talking about in this review. So, for example, would that be a piece of what is reviewed or reported back? And then I'm also aware there's been some recent discussion around how often rates change. And that's been a debate that I know even across party lines in our committee, we've debated and discussed. So yeah, that might be a question for you or others, but I know that some of this work in different ways has been done, and sort of like where do we go from here, more than collecting additional information, but maybe I want to understand better what the goals are and what that understanding is.
Okay, so I will answer to the best of my ability. This would be you've suggested that there are various places where this work or part of it might already be being done. This is a request that the Public Utility Commission itself undertake this comprehensive review with the resources that are available to them, and really puts the responsibility within the PUC. And it's my understanding that they are happy to do this work, and that to some extent they have already been discussing it. For example, I've discussed with them the concept that you raised about the volatility of rates, and that's actually written specifically in here. And so this is work that they know is a concern for Maine ratepayers and is a concern for all of us as policymakers. And so it would be a legislative directive asking them to undergo that work.
If I could, Senator, I'll just follow up that I agree with Representative Warren in my puzzlement a little bit, and I'll look forward to hearing, and I request this from the work session for the PUC, because we, as a committee, with charts and with graphs and lots of information, I believe have this, and do quite a bit of work around those three buckets in particular. In fact, I would say number 3, we were just talking about it in LD 1966. So that we'd had on a work session just before this one. So I would love to know a little bit more behind how this evolves and what is the problem we are trying to solve, which, if it's transparency, is it just a matter of putting together the information in a better way for consumers? What parts of this would be really valuable for you to promote in this bill is my question. And again, happy to have that at the work session a little more fully in conjunction with the PUC input.
I understand, and I know that there is some overlap with other work that this committee has done, although I'm not as familiar, obviously, with it as all of you are.
Yeah, and there's no reason you need to be. I'm just saying. Yeah. Thank you. That is just my request for that.
Yes, thank you.
Senator Harrington had a question.
Yeah, just since this was recalled from the governor's desk, could you provide any? It wasn't?
I can clarify the procedural posture.
I thought it was recalled. I apologize.
It was on the table in the House, and it was recalled from the table and
Gotcha.
committed to committee.
So many recalls lately.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mhm.
Sorry, we're all like, no, we want to help you. Yeah, it was just this, as I said, it was recalled from the House calendar, as you noted in your testimony, because of the different amendments that were coming on and things it felt, and with overlap with other bills that we had on our docket, it felt better to bring it back here for clarity. So everybody feels good. So thank you. Though it's good to say that again, Senator Harrington, because some people might wonder why we have the bill again. And that is why. Great. All right. And moving us on to F1. If there was anything else you'd like to say about F1.
I think I pretty much covered it after part A, but part F is really about the affordability metric assessment that the PUC is already considering undertaking, and this would add to that consideration report dates to the legislature, to this committee, and the ability for this committee to report out legislation related to that affordability metric assessment.
Any questions about that particular one? I do want to note, Senator, it looks like there is a summary to be updated, so we should disregard committee amendment summary and Senate amendment summary that are at the bottom of 6 and page 7. Is that correct?
That is correct. I didn't know whether to leave them in case people were curious what had happened last session, or to take it out. And I just erred on leaving it in, but noting that it's not accurate with regard to the strike and replace.
Wonderful. Thank you. Any questions for the senator at the moment? So I understand that it shifted, the pieces around environmental justice are taken out, and the focus on affordability really became the focus of the bill, given that evolution. So folks, as a summary, top line summary of the changes that we're making. From here, Lindsay, is this something that you then, I don't know if you'd like to do an analysis, maybe check and see the differences between the two bills. I know you had given us an analysis in the past. I'm not really sure how that goes. We can certainly talk about that if you see some technical things you want to highlight. A lot of discretion to you, I would say, at this point.
What I can do for the next work session, I think given that this is a full strike and replace, and regardless, the summary will need to be updated. It may make sense for me to go through the bill, create an updated summary so we can kind of walk through it. Given that it is a full strike and replace, I don't know if the committee wants me to figure out what's been taken out, or if you just want to focus on what's here. It may be a better use of time for the latter. And then if there are any technical issues, I'll bring those back as well.
That sound okay with folks as the sort of setting the table? I know we'll want the public advocate and the PUC to come, as well as it sounded like Maine conservation voters. We do invite folks to give us feedback. We are sending this to the interested parties list so that we can, it is similar enough in many ways that I don't think a full public hearing, but as we've done with other bills, certainly invite. And we read the submissions that are made to us. So Senator, I really appreciate you bringing this forward. Committees members, are there any other questions for Senator Carney at this time? We have a sense of procedure. Representative Kessler.
Not a question, just a comment over the past 4 terms that I've served on this committee. I appreciate being not a member of the committee, that you are working with the folks that we work with. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you for your consideration today, everyone. I'm very appreciative.
I appreciate you. So that being said, is there a motion on the floor for LD 1949? Oh, Senator Grahowski, please.
I just want to clarify. So if we did have any questions about what was proposed for, say, the PUC or something like that, you're asking us to wait till the next work session for that?
Yes, although you can always email them questions so that they're prepared to answer them. I would say that's what we often do. And to any of the other partners, but for the ones I know for sure that we've asked for to come with some comments are OPA, PUC, and MCV. But if you have other ones, please let us know. Please feel free to email as well, CC the chairs. We want to make sure that this is as robust of a conversation as we want to have. I want you to have the information. Okay, any motion at this time? Representative Warren.
Motion to table.
So motion to table. Do I have a second? Representative Kessler. Not discussable, so we will move ahead. All those in favor of tabling, please raise your hand. Most, and those opposed, just the one. The motion prevails. So LD 1949 will be scheduled for another work session. Thank you. Okay, One more on our docket today. We're going to move right into LD 1730, open the work session for an act regarding the beneficial electrification policy of the state, sponsored by Senator Grahowski. You have an analysis that we're going to go through with Lindsay. As we talked about, again, there were just a lot of moving parts to this bill, so just wanted to get out some of these issues for a bill we just heard last week. So Lindsay, take it away with LD 1730, please.
Okay. So I have provided you with an amendment that was just a summary of the amendment, which was distributed to the committee on December 30th, 2025. So hopefully you all have that right there. So this was a full strike and replace of the original bill. And we start with sections 1, 2, and 3. Direct the Technical Building Codes and Standards Board within the Maine Office of Community Affairs to ensure through the adoption of necessary amendments that the Maine Uniform Building and Energy Code requires that a building with 4 or more residential dwelling units on which construction commences after December 1st, 2026, include at least 1 outdoor individual branch circuit per unit. Section 4 enacts a new section of law in the Maine Solar Energy Act. It accepts from certain requirements the installation and operation of 1 or more eligible plug-in photovoltaic systems. My apologies, I can never say that word correctly. I'm going to stumble over it every time. And plug-in battery systems by retail electricity customers for offsetting on-site electricity consumption. The amendment establishes requirements for these systems to qualify for the exception, including safety standards and capacity limits, and prohibits the use of eligible systems in net energy billing. The amendment also establishes requirements for the retail customers' installation and removal of such systems. You had a public hearing on January 6th. I've listed the individuals who provided testimony at the public hearing. There is a tremendous volume of testimony online, which I know all of you have read, and any subsequent testimony that came in is included in your folders. In reviewing the bill itself, I just wanted to flag a few things for the committee to consider. The bill provides that basically, these systems would not export energy to the grid. If the intent is for that to be the case, is the element within the battery storage definition that says these storage devices are defined as intended to participate in grid support operations. Is that appropriate? If they're not providing power back to the grid, is that element within the definition in paragraph C3, the last piece, is that necessary? Based on the testimony at the public hearing, it sounds like the intent is to have notice of all eligible systems provided to the transmission and distribution utilities, not just those with an output exceeding 1,200 watts. And the sponsor noted in testimony that this section, this is subsection 3 of proposed section 3475. The sponsor noted that this section needs to be edited to limit combined output to 1,200 watts per service address. If that's the case, the committee may wish to strike proposed section 3475, subsection 3A, regarding notice for systems with combined inverter output of 12,000 watts, or exceeding 12,000 watts. Just again, if the intent is for notice to be for all eligible systems, I just want to clarify that because that was the impression that I got at the public hearing. But you'll have to let me know. And proposed section 3475 subsection 8 directs a customer who does not own the structure to which they are attaching the system to ensure that the installation does not compromise the integrity of the structure, and it requires the customer upon removal of the system to restore the structure. I just wanted to flag, it's unclear how this would be enforced, as this would be outside of the PUC's regulatory authority regarding dictating what renters are required to do. Within the testimony that you received, there were a number of suggestions. NRCM suggested that the committee remove or alleviate zero export controls and prohibit landlords and condo associations from restricting installations of these systems. Carl Wilcox suggested allowing these systems to participate in net energy billing. Revision made some specific suggestions with respect to language and noted that this site-specific code, and they suggested avoiding specific citations in statute in case there are subsequent updates. And they also noted the National Electrical Code has been adopted in Maine, so these references are already requirements. So that's kind of the substance of it, but you can read through that. The Maine Association of Insurance Companies suggested that if the committee retains subsection 8 related to insurance requirements for these systems, it should be moved to Title 24A, which is the Maine Insurance Code. And I think that if you retain that subsection of the proposal, either moving it to 24A or at least creating a cross-reference would be appropriate. The Maine Insurance Agents Association noted several specific concerns in testimony regarding subsection 8. You have that testimony in your folders. Fiscal information has not yet been received from OFPRs. This is a concept draft. And there were several specific information requests from the committee members, but I will stop there for now before we walk through those and see if anyone has questions for me.
Questions regarding up to that point in the analysis? Have any questions about the summary before we move on to information requests from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
So there was 2 requests from the PUC. Representative Warren had asked for information regarding safety concerns with these devices. And Representative Geiger had asked for the PUC's opinion on how these units will impact the grid. The PUC provided a response to all of the committee members on January 13th, 2026. So you have that in your email. From Versant Power, Representative McIntyre asked for information regarding the applicability of this technology. What is the potential scope of usage? Versant provided a response on the 13th, and that also was forwarded to the full committee. Representative Webb asked why Versant believes zero export is important and for details regarding Versant's concerns about the areas of UL and the code that need to be modernized. And Versant noted in their email they will have a representative available at the work session to address these concerns.
So normally that's when we would bring up said representative to address these concerns around zero export and concerns about the areas of UL and the code needing to be modernized. Welcome, Mr. Cody.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. James Cody on behalf of Versant Power. I have great news for you, which is I am not going to deliver this response. I'm going to have Mr. Norman with Versant Power, who knows far more about this than I do, help with that. And then he's also happy to answer any other questions from a technical and engineering standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please introduce yourself more fully.
Thank you. Dave Norman, Director of Interconnection and Transmission Policy for Versant Power.
Thank
Used to
you,
be
Mr.
the leader of the engineering.
Terrific. Thank you. Welcome to be here. And so that you've heard the question around details regarding your concerns about the areas of UL and the code needing to be modernized.
Right. I think there's 4 things to consider with this bill and 4 risks that that plug-in solar has. It's the touch potential, masking, what's the GFCI bidirectional issue that has to be dealt with, and then finally a general risk. And what we suggest is we're 100% supportive of allowing these to go through once the NEC and the UL laboratories have done their work to determine what standards should be used to make these safe and reliable for everybody within the system. So in terms of the concern with the impact on the system and specifically the reverse power flow, the concern is when a certain number of these is pushing power back onto the grid. Let's say there's 100 1 kilowatt units or 1,000 watt units. That's the same thing as having 1 100 kilowatt unit on that section of the grid. And so there has to be an understanding of what the impact is. Will it increase the voltage on that circuit and have adverse impacts on the circuit in that area, and whether or not upgrades need to be conducted to take place of that. So we have to understand whether or not that's going to happen. And thus the reverse power, we have to be able to at least do an analysis.
So just in my own brain, for the 4 buckets that you're talking about of concern, all 4 of them would be addressed by having these codes by the UL and NEC standards.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Interesting. Questions for Mr. Milne? Senator Grochowski?
Thank you. And I appreciate you being here. I fully understand that Europe has a different system than we have in a lot of ways. I'm curious, have you had an opportunity to look at what the impact of these sort of systems has been on their grid, how they've mitigated these same concerns you have? Do they have these concerns? Because there's literally millions we're close to that out there. And their penetration rate, I think, is something around like maybe 10%. So I'm just curious what time you've had or opportunity to look at the ways that those grids are similar or different and how that impacts your analysis.
This past December, just a month ago, European put out a new standard for the balcony solar, is what it's known as there. And they deal with all of these concerns. They limit the maximum size to 800 watts for one that would be plugged in without an electrician being involved. And then that standard would limit it to 2,000 watts for a dedicated circuit that an electrician would put in conceivably. The touch issue was dealt with in that same standard from December by reducing the time when you go to unplug it. Let's say you have a barefoot kid on a wet balcony, as is perhaps the best example, goes to unplug it. The standard requires that unit to shut down within 0.2 seconds. So 10% of the time that our current risk of islanding 2-second requirement would be into place. And so they are saying that that is even a what's the word I'm looking for? A compromise, so to speak, between safety and time, if you will. And so they've chosen that 0.2 seconds to ensure that the safety of such a child, for instance, on a balcony. So they're taking action, Senator Grochowski, to ensure safety at the same time that we are looking at this as well. We being UL and the NEC is doing their analysis and standards upgrade.
Definitely want to make sure everyone's clear. I care about safety and I understand the implications of electricity and water. I'm curious if you know, especially since that was such a recent change, if it was prompted by actual incidents that happened, or if it was, like a really important precautionary cleanup. And I only say that because my father's an electrician and he said quite literally, if one child dies because of X, then in the code in the next revision, you'll see a prevention for X, right? And so I'm curious if you know if anything actually happened.
I do not know if anything actually happened. I know they've been working on it for a bit.
Other questions for Mr. Norman, Representative Moran?
Thank you so much for being here. So at the risk of expressing the level of my ignorance around some element of this, if I have a strong concern about safety and maybe I'm thinking in particular around fire safety, and what I have heard from Versan on this bill is a lot of concern, sort of like ringing alarm that we ought not go forward with this. I also then hear from various entities that we have come before us with some level of expertise, I think, around these issues, expressing support for the bill and not echoing these safety concerns. I know we had the PUC, I think, expressed that this was not primarily a grid concern. I don't mean to misquote anyone, but just in broad strokes to express what my level of understanding around that. The public advocate, I think, expressed support for the bill. I didn't hear this level of concern from the Department of Energy Resources, these sorts of things. So, and I didn't hear or haven't so far from CMP, the same type of concerns that you're speaking about. Could you share with me maybe what accounts for the different types of understanding that you're expressing, the level of concern that you're expressing, for me to understand why I should maybe look more into where you're at, or what are other resources that I tend to rely on when I'm thinking about some of these issues, where maybe what resources are you relying on, or what understanding do you have that's different? Is it more precautionary? Is that what motivates it? Or can you give me some context about why it appears that you're a little bit of an outlier?
I've been accused of overusing the term physics, but it's the physics that drives this, because this is an extremely technical issue. Okay. For instance, 1,200 watts, which is this current version of it would be the maximum, is 3 times effectively the level that was determined to be the safe level in Europe. 800 watts in Europe on a 230 volt system, that is the standard there, is the equivalent of roughly 420 watts, according to the National Renewable Energy Labs paper, the old name, from last June. And so right there, we have the legislation as it's currently drafted would indicate that, okay, we're increasing that risk by 3 times over what Europe has said is a safe level. And so those are the sorts of issues I don't think have been delved into in detail. And perhaps an interest on our part, perhaps obviously the safety concern, perhaps the fact that we have the highest penetration of DERs in the nation, bar none. We're 2 times the nearest state in our service territory, 2.5 times California. And so the issues are going to be more of a concern for our grid, our ratepayers, our customers, our linemen than others. And so we've taken a little bit of a deeper dive into the technical matters that are involved in this legislation.
Great answer. I mean, it's just me saying it, but thank you. That was actually extremely helpful. Thank you. And maybe as follow-up to that, not to get too into the weeds, maybe it's an offline conversation, but the deference to waiting on the board to consider these code changes. Are you someone who submits testimony or is in some way interacting with those considerations? I know I don't believe they're here today. I think they're meeting tomorrow. But do you have any insight or way that you are, as firsthand, are responsive or in some way able to communicate to them in the way that you are able to come before us here?
Are you referring to the NEC or UL? No direct connection at this point in time, but we're certainly willing and able and interested in providing such information. So.
Additional questions for Mr. Norman? Representative Geiger.
Thank you so much. Mr. Norman, I just want to refer to the PUC was kind enough to give us some summaries of comments that they received. And I just want to ask you to respond to Sundog Solar's response, which is plug-in solar systems to typically up to 1.2 kilowatts offers a safe, low barrier entry point for renters and low income customers. Plug-in solar is already successfully implemented in Vermont with no permit systems, California with CEC approved microinverters, Oregon with limited size plug-in solar rules. These jurisdictions report no safety issues when systems are 1, use UL listed microinverters, 2, include anti-islanding protection, 3, plug into a dedicated 15-20A circuit. Sundog recommends that Maine adopt a similar approach by A, allowing plug-in systems up to 1.2 kilowatts, 2, requiring UL certified equipment, 3, allowing level 1 interconnection with automatic approval. Can you just respond to the fact that several other states are already doing this with no safety concerns?
All of those that you've listed predate, for instance, the standard that was just put out in Europe that said from a touch potential point of view, we need to go with a 0.2 seconds rather than, well, in our case, in the United States, 2 seconds. But they have determined that that's the safe number, 0.2 seconds to separate from the grid, to recognize that it's been unplugged and immediately shut down. And so there is information within there that is not recognizing that, for instance, Europe has taken a long look at this and said we need to have tighter standards in place than exist now. So I think what we're simply suggesting is that let's watch very carefully what Europe has done, learn from that, including this new standard, and perhaps it will, not perhaps, it will absolutely and should feed into the rules that the NEC and the UL looks at as they evaluate these products.
Rather than delay, couldn't you instead recommend that this bill be amended to adopt the current European standards, given that they have 1 million units in play in Germany alone and have looked at this?
I think we would suggest that we put it over and have our Public Utilities Commission work with a number of stakeholders to determine what is the safe way to implement this within Maine, because that would be faster, at least our mind. and bring a number of stakeholders in existing processes to be able to make those determinations and determine when.
Representative Warren, did you have a quick follow-up?
In my confusion, I just wanted to ask for a little bit of clarity, and it was again my ignorance. So you're speaking about the national board, and you would want us to wait on their action. I know now there's separately this Maine Electrical Examining Board. Do you have any involvement with them and knowledge about when they adopt some of these national standards?
I've had conversations with them about this, and I cannot speak for them, so I should not as a result, other than we've been talking about what is a good idea and how to implement this. And I would recommend bringing them into the conversation too.
Finally, request, especially as we have a few members who are not able to be here with us, Mr. Norman, is if you could send a quick email, just highlighting those 4 pieces that you recommended, would be helpful.
We will, I will.
Representative Webb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One topic we brought up was trying to understand the difference between this versus, like a traditional, gas or diesel generator. Is the difference that those already have that standard of the no touch?
The fundamental difference on a generator is it operates disconnected from the grid if everything goes well. And I have some interesting stories where they were not disconnected, but that's for another time. The plug-in solar, on the other hand, absolutely requires the grid to be connected in order to work appropriately. And so the difference is it can have an adverse impact to the grid day in and day out, or to the home if it is not well thought out in terms of the way it's executed. The products are built, the products are used to ensure safety of not only those in the home, but the grid as well. And so there's the fundamental difference is the fact that they act differently. Generator has controls which control the frequency and voltage. The inverter is a grid following inverter in these, and they cannot control frequency or voltage. So there's significant differences in the way the two are implemented.
Additional questions from Mr. Norman? Senator Grochowski, quick follow-up.
Thank you. I am curious, just so I'm clear, so the inverters in these systems we're looking at do meet the UL standard 1740R. That's what the bill is requiring, which is the same standard that me as a behind the meter solar installer would use for the inverter and for that system. What components of the plug-in solar equipment are you concerned about that don't yet have the UL standard?
The inverter was gone through the UL process and certified based on an action by itself, effectively. Okay. Here it is a system, and the system hasn't been looked at. The system hasn't been certified. And that's what the UL is doing effectively, is looking at the system to make sure it behaves appropriately. And that is, if you read the NREL document from last year, that's one of the points that they make, is that is a more appropriate way to look at these systems, again, as a unit, as a system, and not the individual components, because it really is acting as a system. Have I made? Not sure I've done it.
Well, I'm just curious. So the inverter that a person with behind the meter solar has on the side of their house, that same UL standard applies to the whole system, or just to the part that's inverting DC to AC?
Here it's in this situation of the inverter and the certification that's been already put into place, it's just the inverter. When we start putting different components together with a new system, UL would look at the system, and that hasn't been done because the standards simply don't exist at this point in time for looking at such a system.
One last question. Well, I'm just confused because the inverter is sort of the place where whatever the homeowners decided to do in whatever combination is invisible, and then there's the inverter, and then it becomes visible to you all.
And honestly,
so I'm just wondering, because the inverter is certified, and a homeowner could do really whatever sequence of connections for solar panels. There could be a battery upstream of there. It could be all a number of things that hopefully somebody that knows what they're doing did. There could be wrong wiring connecting the PV units to the inverter, but that inverter is like the moment where it matters to the utility, as I understand it. So I'm just curious, like, why does it matter to the utility if there's a whole system and upstream of the inverter happens to be this 1200 watt unit, which actually seems a lot safer to me because it's all packaged for sale by somebody rather than cobbled together by a person that might be electing to do this, which I know an electrician is supposed to sign off on it to get approval for interconnection, but I guess I'm just sort of trying to understand what the difference is.
I'll give an example, and it's the masking issue. Depending on where the plug-in solar is connected to a particular circuit within the house, and this is a house issue. This is a behind the meter. This is not a Versant issue, to be clear. But depending on where it's connected to the circuit, you may or may not have that masking. And so the European standard is basically going to direct the systems to be able to determine I'll put it as a rather sophisticated system to be able to recognize that a masking situation is in place on that circuit and shut it down automatically. So in other words, the system is going to have to be more sophisticated than the inverter was designed and tested for at this point in time. And since none of that has taken place yet, because the standards don't exist within UL, that process has to go through first. And we have to decide, do we want the same thing for systems that are put in place into the United States, especially given that Europe is going to require it? Do we want the same thing? And so then develop the standards, develop the systems to meet those standards, if you will, and then check them through the UL process to certify them that they indeed meet the standards. But it's greatly into the weeds, but that's perhaps the best example because you have to have that very sophisticated control system, if you will, to determine, yep, I'm in a masking situation, I'm shutting down.
And I think when I had asked for those 4 pieces, it was masking, touch rate, certification of standard, et cetera. Just to define them would be helpful.
Yes, we will.
Additional questions at this time for Mr. Norman? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Okay. We are going to continue on with questions from the committee. I think we're at Craftsman Solar. Is that correct, Lindsay?
Yes, so Representative Fronte had a question. He'd requested the definitions of zero export and anti-islanding. What do they mean and how do they relate to their products? And Representative Warren asked for information regarding how battery storage components impact costs for their systems. I haven't seen a response to either of those, so I don't know if members received those individually.
I do not believe so, but they are on Zoom. There's a representative from Craftsman here, Stephen Scherer, I think. Lynn, is he still on? To answer those 2 questions and any other ones. Thank you. I do not believe they were furnished ahead of time. Is that correct, committee? I don't remember seeing anything. Maybe in the last hour. Sorry, Lynn.
Hello.
There you go. Mr. Scherer.
I'm here to answer any questions. I apologize. I was not informed ahead of time of today's meeting, so I couldn't prepare anything.
No,
I
that's
heard
quite
about
all
a
right.
half an hour before this meeting had started.
Are you able to put on your video, sir? Or are we okay?
I can. It's give me 1 second.
Thank you.
Just need to get the camera.
Which if you weren't prepared, that's fine.
Apologies. Yeah, it's very last minute.
There you go. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the invite.
So we had 2
apologies.
questions. The first
Yes.
one was the definitions for zero export and anti-islanding. What do they mean and how do they relate to your product?
So here we're talking, so with anti-islanding, we're essentially referring to the safety function of an inverter. The inverter it is grid following, as was just explained. That's what 120 volt microinverters do these days. They're almost exclusively grid following, meaning they cannot generate a grid of their own. They measure the grid and they follow that. Anti-islanding simply means they shut off if they cannot detect a stable grid. All microinverters these days in the market have it, this safety feature. I would also like to point out at this point that because we all started in the European market, so I've been in this business since 2017. I started in the Austrian, German, Swiss market, and we expanded from there essentially. It's simply because Germany was ahead and Austria was ahead with regulations. So we decided, well, we're going to start selling there first. Because of those local regulations in Germany, in Austria, and Switzerland, all these microinverters are already certified to 0.2 seconds reaction times. So that in itself, even though it might not be required yet within the United States code, that's already implemented because of Germany. I'd also like to point out that Germany does not require a breaker masking solution for the 800 watts. That's not true. I'm in the German Business Association for balcony solar, and that is not a requirement as far as I know, not even in the new legislation. I wouldn't generally follow German legislation, by the way. It took years and years to develop it. It was a very slow process. It was haphazard. Austria did it within a year using a Fraunhofer study, came to the exact same conclusions, 800 watts, absolutely safe. But I will point out that it is absolutely correct that if you want the same safety in the United States, it has to be 400 watt. 1200 watt will provide 9 amps. That is a bit much, completely unregulated. And that's where breaker masking does become an issue. Zero export, though, only really refers to the ability of an inverter to work together with a monitor that monitors your house usage, and then decide when to throttle the solar inverters to avoid exporting to the grid. Yeah, so one is a safety feature, that's the anti-islanding. The zero export has more to do these days with interconnection agreements. We use that in our systems to get past interconnecting departments, for instance, with PG&E in California. Now, that is not a safety feature per se, but it is convenient in case there aren't any laws in place. That will be negated, obviously, with these laws.
Okay.
I'd
Thank you
also
for
like to
those.
point- Can I
Thank you
point-
for
make
those
one more
answering those
point?
questions.
Okay.
Thank you for answering those questions. I treat everyone like this, Mr. Scher. Welcome. Welcome to EUT. Thank you for answering those questions. Does the committee have other questions for Mr. Scher at this moment? Representative Webb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be interested if the representative from Craftstorm has any finishing thoughts.
And that is EUT. So are there any extra thoughts that you would like of information regarding this bill that would be important for us to know?
Yeah, it was mentioned that there are about 1 million systems registered in Germany. I also want to point out that if you're staying within that safety factor of, in Germany, it's 800 watt, it's 400 watt, we actually have 4 million systems installed in Germany. So about 1 in 10 households in Germany currently has a plug-in solar system. It's just that legislation took so long that only 1 million are registered. So 3 million are not registered, meaning the utility does not know how much they produce and when they produce. Yet there are currently no known grid instabilities. So as long as you stay within a certain wattage, let's just say that, the influence is minimal because you simply use that power that is provided. And I'll also add that the latest study that came out last week actually said that that feature, again, staying within that safety factor, reduces the likelihood of electrical fires within that circuit.
May I clarify, Mr. Scher? I thought you said that 400 was the optimal. Is it actually 400 to 800, but don't go to 1200? Did I hear that correctly?
No, I was always referring to 800 in Germany, 400 in the United States. 800 in Germany because Germany uses 230 volts. In the United States, at 120 volts, absolute maximum should be probably 420 watts. Sorry.
Senator, Representative Warren and then Senator Grahowski.
Thank you very much for being here and for your comments. The economics just may be different in the systems you work in, but I am curious around this system if we're lowering maybe the capacity for these systems rather than how the bill is structured now. Does that make it as good of a value, I guess, to invest in if the amount of money that you're investing is, maybe you'd want it to go further? And then does that change at all? Or do you have any experience with battery storage in combination with one of these systems?
Yes, we do also offer storage. But no, the economics work either direction. Doesn't matter. 400 watts makes still a good difference. The investment will be appropriately lower. Hence, the lowered output does not matter. Costs are pretty much linear. The good thing is if you follow Germany's suit and you do not require any sort of metering device, then the system we're talking about and the system that UL wants to further regulate is literally just the inverter and a panel. That's it. That's the whole thing. So to talk about a system that needs to be regulated, I understand where this is coming from, but the UL standard 3700 that's been worked on, I mean, the first draft was published December 11th. Let's assume it's going to take another 6 years before it's implemented. So that would put a drastic stop to this whole debate. I wouldn't wait for that. I've gone through the standards draft with Intertek, the company that we use to certify, and I don't see dramatic changes. It does mention the plug safety, absolutely. But it's not going to implement any further safety that you can't have with existing standards in UL. But it will be a unified standard.
Quick follow-up, Representative.
Maybe as part of that, you mentioned the difference between the amount of people that are acknowledged, maybe registered, between 1 million versus 4 million. My impression during the course of the public hearing was that there might be folks that are using some of these different products already in some capacity. That may be a misunderstanding I have, but that's generally my understanding, that this is sort of a gray area in Maine law. Do you see any benefit in your experience of watching this legislation develop and the timing, that is there any benefit to putting some of this stuff in statute with reasonable, I guess, safety regulations? Maybe it's not perfect, it could be better, but it's better to sort of regulate it in some way. Or do you have any comment on that? Just that notion made me think of it, that 1 to 4
No,
million.
absolutely. I mean, in my opinion, you could put basic standards in there that you deem appropriate for this. Let's say you do say you create an exception to the NEC code, right? The NEC code is enforced essentially by the states themselves. So you can create anytime an amendment or a legal loophole that allows people to install 400 watts. It's up to you. If you're staying within those 400 watts and say that inverters need to shut down within 0.2 seconds, you basically covered everything. Those are the two main factors. Breaker masking at 400 watts isn't really an issue, honestly. It's not enough power.
Okay, Senator Grahowski, you have a question?
I am curious what's your perspective on 400 watts, a homeowner can do it themselves, no need for a separate branch circuit. And then, a higher amount, maybe up to this 1200 or some other number, but with additional electrician orders. I'm just curious what your thoughts are on these issues that you're saying aren't an issue at 400. Could they be mitigated by an electrician installing at a higher amount?
Yes. Yes, they could. And then you would follow current UL standards. So you could follow, for instance, there's a standard called UL 3141. That's for power control systems, PCS. And that essentially what it does, it takes a previously certified inverter. We're talking about UL 1741 and IEEE 1547. Those are the major standards that an inverter is tested to. And Same, for instance, ours is certified to those standards. And then you combine that with a power monitor device. Those two are tested together, and that essentially is a system that is absolutely valid within the UL and NEC regulations and can provide greater power than 400 watts. Because in essence, if you follow that, you're ensuring safety on that branch circuit as well. So that takes care of breaker masking again. Yeah,
Any
so there is
additional-
that solution.
Forgive me. I'm sorry. Thank you for that. Any additional questions for Mr. Scher at this time? Representative Webb?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, there was concerns over, the individual component pieces being well certified. That second example that you gave, would that be system-wide compliant with UL?
Yeah, again, there isn't much more system behind that. If you add the power monitor and have that certified together with the inverter, then all you're missing is a solar panel. That's it. And yeah, a plug. That's the system. There isn't much to it. Yes, you can expand using a battery, but then you have other UL certifications that apply to batteries. And then you can still, again, the battery is also going to have an inverter that can also be certified with a power monitor to provide greater power than 400 watts. Yeah. And that's
That
only
inverter-
if you don't have a dedicated circuit. If you have a dedicated circuit, as is, for instance, standard in Texas, that the outdoor circuit is a dedicated circuit with a GFCI outlets, then you're allowed to plug in basically to the amount of the breaker. So that will be for a 15 amp breaker, 1800 watts.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Mr. Scher at this time? Okay, seeing none, we thank you very much for your time. Impromptu
You're
as it
welcome.
was, very nice, thorough testimony. Thank you. Thank you.
I love this topic.
Thank you. That's awesome. Welcome to UT then. Definitely. We're in the right place for that. Okay. So the last question, and Rep. Warren, I was hoping battery storage component impact costs, that was answered. All right. So the last piece of the Sure. Representative Senator Grahowski wanted to comment on that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Lynn did hand out a sheet that I provided about the savings and payback period for plug-in home solar. I just wanted to let folks know that you had that. This was based on a 1200 watt system, but as you heard, you'd be paying less money for a smaller system. And so I think the payback would be probably pretty similar. And it does show the sort of difference between with solar and without solar. And the public advocate's office sort of updated an analysis that had been previously done to match Maine for this. And she said I was welcome to put it around. So just wanted you to know that was an answer to the question.
Thank you, Senator. And so if you have questions about this, when the public advocate returns, she's now on a plane, that we can, you're certainly welcome to ask her questions. So that's where you gotten this from, Senator Grahowski. Yeah, so please refer any questions regarding this handout to the public advocate if you could. Thank you for that. Okay, we had one last committee question.
This is for the Maine Association of Insurance Companies. Representative Webb requested information on how insurance has been impacted in Germany by the adoption of these devices, and Representative Warren asked for any other data or sources that supported the association's concerns with the bill. I don't know if they've received responses to that, but I did want to note that Charlie Sultan had submitted written testimony as requested, and also the UL Solutions white paper that he'd mentioned in his testimony, so that is available online.
Senator?
Thank you. I did just want to let committee members know that I've been working with the advocates on, continuing to chase down these questions of what should and shouldn't be in the bill. And the consensus has been that that particular section about the insurance requirement, whatever number it was, thank you, should be struck from the bill. Just to put that out there publicly, that's the direction.
Before I went down the rabbit hole and
Yeah.
called out Mr. Sultan, and I will
mean,
note,
you still
thank you for
could
the-
to debate if you think that's the right
Yes.
call here policy wise, but I'm proposing it be removed. And I want that to be upfront.
Okay, so we certainly can debate that in another time, but does anybody need the answer to those questions from Mr. Sultan before we have further debate about it? Okay, so that's the check. So opening up for further discussion or questions, Representative Warren.
Could I understand either from yourself or if anyone's here that would want to speak to it, what was the reason for the removal?
Good question. Plausibly, somebody could speak to that. I think we know there's all sorts of things homeowners do that we don't say in the law. What? Anyhow, is there somebody that wants to answer that question better than me? Okay, I apologize, I don't know your name.
The person's.
The person
Person nodding in
indicating that
the,
she's-
please introduce yourself and where you're from, please.
Hi, my name is Stacy Bergendahl. I'm the senior staff attorney for the Bureau of Insurance. So we did submit a letter. Unfortunately, we didn't have it together to send it in time for the hearing. We sent it earlier this week, so you may not have seen it yet. Would you like me to give my insurance spiel very quickly? So the property casualty insurance market in Maine is robust and healthy. We have over 100 carriers offering homeowners insurance, and we are the 10th lowest homeowners insurance rates in the country. We're very thrilled with this, and we would like to keep it that way. Insurance mandates that require carriers to cover particular objects, such as these plug-in solar devices, work against a competitive market because of two reasons. First, competition depends on things other than price, and so if a carrier can compete on what they're willing to cover, it increases competition beyond just how much they're willing to cover it for. So if everyone is mandated to cover the same things, you've limited the number of things that they can compete on, and that reduces the amount of competition in our market and has an effect on the rates. Furthermore, if you go too far with mandates, and it's hard to know where that line is, companies can just decide to no longer write in this market. And we want to avoid that because we want to keep as many carriers and as much competition as possible. So our stance is to be against a mandate that would require carriers to cover a particular thing. And we're comfortable with this because carriers are very good at evaluating risk. They are very good at evaluating what they're willing to underwrite and how much they're willing to charge for it. And that means that if a product is safe and helpful in some way, like it doesn't behoove them to not cover it if it is safe. And if it's unsafe, they're very good at evaluating that because they don't want to have to pay out money that they don't want to pay out. And that, they have a sort of vested interest in preventing fires, or freezing if it comes to that. If these devices are useful for preventing pipes freezing, that's another thing that they would take into account. So it's kind of on all sides of the issue. But we believe that they're very good at choosing their own risks. And historically, they've been allowed to choose their own risks. And that's essential to, again, having a healthy market and having a market full of carriers. So in addition, we have some technical concerns with other things, but it sounds like that's not a concern anymore. So I won't go into those if I don't have to.
Can I just ask you one follow-up question? Sure. Did you look at the experience in other states who do have these?
We didn't look at other states. We did look into the Germany question a bit, but we didn't think that information, we didn't find anything specific to changes in premium based on these, because it's a very specific statistic to try and track down. But we did think that the differences in how insurance is regulated in Germany made it so that it's not really an apples to apples comparison, because insurance there is federally regulated and they also don't require pre-approval of forms, which is something that we do here. And so the differences in the market make it so that insurance experience in Germany isn't necessarily relevant to what we would experience here.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't have expected that, but I would expect if your testimony is such that this will do X, but yet other states have implemented this, that wouldn't you look to the experience of other states to see if insurance premiums did go up because of this, and if carriers are indeed covering them?
Well, it's our opinion that we should just let them do what they're going to do, and knowing the trends, whether it has gone up, we want them to be able to make those decisions here for the conditions in Maine that they see, and not necessarily what may be on the ground in another state.
Interesting. Representative Warren.
I appreciate your commentary. I think I maybe don't have as much experience in insurance. So I appreciate that sounds like we have low rates. Could you maybe give any commentary if my feeling would be that I would want to know this would, for one, increase those rates, and if there's some apples to apples comparison that you are able to identify for a future work session. And maybe as part of that, I want to know a little bit about how you make choices for the quality of the insurance that we have, because, you know, I've heard horror stories as well. So not every carrier is a good one. And so we want to have some standards. And so I just want to understand, I would like to, you know, to see that this would be considered unless there's some data to say that it ought not be. And so I just kind of want to get into the weeds a little bit to know. And it doesn't sound like that's something that you've done yet. And so maybe I want to understand a little bit better about how you come to that sort of decision, absent the kind of the evidence behind it. If I agree with you, we want to keep rates low, but we also want as good of insurance as possible.
Interject, Representative. So can I clarify, as it is with this bill, the decision has been made to take that piece out. Do you need this information in order to discuss whether you want that back in the bill? And is that something that she can provide in work session as follow-up?
Yeah, so I understand that's the senator's okay with that, but I didn't have any problem with it being included. And I wasn't very compelled at the public hearing to understand why it wouldn't be. And I was looking for that data from someone, and so far I haven't gotten it. So I thought it was a good component, and I guess maybe unless there's some reason not to, I don't know why we would remove it.
Thank you. And so I just wanted to make sure we're honing in on the bill. And so if Ms. Bergendahl, you can provide that information for our next workshop session, that would be very helpful. Thank you. I was just trying to clarify. Representative Warren, thank you. Senator Grochowski.
I would just add that it was the public advocate who had recommended to stakeholders working on this to remove it. And obviously she's on the plane now too, but she's another person who might be able to add additional perspective. And I personally had appreciated her perspective because I know how much she's worked in insurance, serving on that committee and chairing it for many years. So I just wanted to add, she's another person that might be a helpful resource.
So I will just note that for Celia Most, who's here representing the advocate, that that's been a request from the committee. Any other questions for Ms. Bergendahl? No? Okay. A question, Representative Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just if you're going to come back to the work session with more information, I'd be curious to know if other states that have this kind of policy have a reporting requirement to the insurance companies for these devices.
Did you want to say your comment germane to this topic?
Yeah, I was chatting with Dan Bernier, who was representing the insurance companies as well before this work session, and he had echoed similarly that just removing it from the bill would be advisable to do. So.
Great. Thank you. Any additional questions? Appreciate you being here. Really helpful. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, so that finishes the specific information request from the committee. It is clear that we'll have another work session on this. Is there additional people that you would like to have here for the work session specifically for the next session? Representative Webb.
I reached out to the main examining board. They're meeting tomorrow, and this will be on their agenda.
Great. And so if you are in contact with them, I invite them to continue to watch our notices, and I would love to have them at the next work session if that's helpful. Representative Warren.
I just want to express I've really struggled with this bill, and I just want to put out a call. I've tried to ask around, but if there are folks that have experience around fire safety or code outside of who are trying to gain a resource from, I would love to know that, because it's just hard for me to understand how dangerous this is. And that's probably my primary focus right now.
Thank you, Representative Warren. Senator Grochowski.
I think I really appreciate the amount of information we received from Versant, but I'd be curious to hear CMP's perspective from an engineering. You agree with them? Ish. Okay. Well, maybe you can get a little more detail on that.
So
from
it
us.
actually,
Thank you.
we do have Kathleen Bowman from CMP in the audience. I would respectfully request that some sort of statement be submitted to the committee for feedback on the bill, if possible. All right, any other comments, questions? This is the time for discussion as well, if you wish. Representative Kessler.
I see Vaughn Woodruff in the audience, and I presumed you were here for this bill. And I was wondering if you would be willing to provide some feedback for us on the bill.
Is there, of course, Mr. Woodruff, please come up. Is there a specific question that you would like to ask him?
If there
regarding
are,
the bill?
yep, in terms of the safety questions that we've been talking about, and all of those other extra provisions, how necessary they are.
Certainly. I'll introduce myself for, I know many of you, Vaughn Woodruff. I used to be in front of this committee as a business owner owning a solar business in Maine. I served as the chair of the industry trade group during the LePage administration. Then have ran electrical apprenticeship with the revision once our businesses merge. And then most recently, I've been leading the regulatory program for the Interstate Renewable Energy Council, which is the foremost national experts in interconnection regulation. And I'm here on my own behalf as a consultant to myself, I guess, today, just because I'm interested in this. We have, in my role with IREC, we're constantly asked about this in terms of what is IREC's position on this related to all of the technical issues. I have different buckets, I think, than Mr. Norman, and I think they're listing, I think they're electrical code, and I think they're interconnection, right? And I think as we look at all of these things, I think a lot of valid considerations have been brought up by all of the parties, right? The electrical system in Europe is different than in the US. And all of the questions related to equipment listings. So one of the things, getting to Senator Grochowski's question to Mr. Norman, what's the difference between having an inverter listed versus having the whole system listed? Article 690 of the National Electrical Code dictates a lot of different things about what is required for solar photovoltaic systems, what the voltages are, right? What the grounding looks like, what rapid shutdown looks like. So how quickly the DC conductors need to be de-energized. With a listing, and the National Electrical Code talks about this, with a listing, the listing is expected to meet the requirements of the National Electrical Code. So if this full package is listed, the expectation is it complies with the National Electrical Code. So just reviewing that listing means it's all set. So then you need to move upstream. Obviously, folks have brought up the issues concerning the National Electrical Code for the branch circuit, right? What happens in there? Are you going to overload those? One that doesn't get talked about a lot is what happens in the actual breaker box in the main panel, main service panel, because there is in Article 705 of the National Electrical Code, 705.12 stipulates how these systems get connected to an electrical service to make sure that it doesn't overload that circuit panel. In order to be able to comply with the National Electrical Code, it's either going to require an electrician to do that or to make sure that it complies, or the electrical board will have to weigh in and say that portion of the National Electrical Code doesn't apply, as far as I know, in terms of the regulation world. Yeah, and so I think, those are a number of the key things that we have been watching as it relates to interconnection. One of the things I've been watching in Utah is that bill was brought forward with the expectation that once UL listing happened and once these systems were able to be code compliant, that would then open the market. It was to create the first US market. I've also heard reports from national advocates, and I've been in discussion with most of the NGOs that are involved in this nationally, that there are a lot of systems that are being put in Utah right now. And I think this comes down, as we were thinking about it from a strategic standpoint, this is like the classic, if it gets overregulated, no one's ever going to know, right? Like, people can buy this off the internet, go plug it in their house. The utilities can know because their meter might move backwards, but if they put in non-exporting controls, they won't know. And I think as it comes to that, there is a public safety consideration to take into account here, right? Like, the fact that these can be plugged into an outlet in a house in which nobody knows what the wiring is puts risk, especially if we're talking about multifamily rental. housing, right? Where it's not just impacting that, if it's in a trailer and it happens, it is horrible and it affects that tenant, right? If it is happening in multifamily housing, it affects more than just that tenant. And so, I mean, the Utah legislation has some challenges to it. And I think it's important that these discussions are happening because it's a lot of different regulations. The other thing I would put in here is that Chapter 324 of the interconnection rules here in the state of Maine right now would cover, like if an application goes into CMP or Versant, it would fall under the level 1 review procedure. So whatever happens here, if there is going to be an exemption from interconnection, will require, in my understanding, the PUC to actually go through some sort of rulemaking, right, in order to make sure that those projects no longer go through that process. And I have been on the regulatory side of this in many, many cases here in Maine and other states. If that is not clear and there are conflicts, I think Mr. Norman highlighted one, which is, if we get circuits that have voltage issues, in that regulatory proceeding, there will be a discussion related to the merits of the exemption here versus the utility's requirement to adhere to Chapter 320 related to power quality in the grid. And at that point, I think the legislature may lose the influence that it has if there aren't very clear dictates from the legislature in terms of what happens in that regulatory proceeding. So those are the things. I'm here mostly to listen. But I mean, those are the things that are being chatted about nationally.
Follow?
I appreciate you flagging that issue and thank you for your input.
Yeah.
If you're willing, Representative Foster, you have a question for Mr. Moore?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for being here. So I'd like your perspective. I may have drawn the wrong conclusion for what the gentleman from Craftstrom told us, but from what I heard, if we stayed at the 400 watt or lower level on this, or if I as a homeowner did, then it's a plug and play deal. I don't have to be concerned with a lot of these other things that you have just brought up, and that would come into play with a 1200 watt.
So as I understand it, there's a difference between what might be passable and safe versus what the requirements would be, right? The National Electrical Code has requirements, and just because this new technology has come in and maybe is safe, like obviously in Germany, they have decided that there's a certain level at which the issues that are of concern in the National Electrical Code are not of a concern to Germany. That has to be figured out here. That's at the national level, that's a big deal. They just got done publishing a National Electrical Code, so it would be another 3-year code cycle. As it was stated before by Mr. Scherer, like the state does adopt, and every time that the state adopts a National Electrical Code, the new National Electrical Code, there's an option there for modifications. And so those are the considerations. And this is what I'm saying. You've got several different regulatory bodies here that kind of have to shift between UL, the National Electrical Code, and interconnection that are all touching this thing. And so it's a matter of figuring out what has to change with the regulations in order for these things to be able to happen, or can they happen within the existing regulations?
And you thought you were just here to listen. Any additional questions at this time for Representative Warren?
You mentioned that you had followed what happened in Utah, I think, and not to put you on the spot, but could you speak to that a little bit more? You mentioned that there were some challenges. Maybe is that in regards to maybe things that in your experience you might suggest we're doing differently, or things that just as they roll out, we may continue to learn things and how to apply this to Maine, or I was just curious about that.
I'm going to say something, and I just want to state my position on this generally, which is I think that this is an awesome technology that has a lot of great opportunity. And as we have seen with new technologies, rolling it out the first time and doing it right has a huge difference between the uptake and how quickly it happens and how safely it happens. What happened in Utah is that bill got passed. I listened to the sponsor's speech this morning on my walk just to refresh my brain about it. The thing that was sold in that bill was that once the UL listing and once the National Electrical Code provisions are satisfied, that would open the market up in Utah. Well, neither of those things have happened and the market has been opened up in Utah. Now, I mean, again, people can go ahead and buy these online and plug them in whenever. I think a big part of this is the agencies, whether it's the electrical safety, whether it is the utilities, like making sure that those regulations aren't so prohibitive that people just go and do this, because it's one of the easiest things that you probably all deal with, right? In order to go and plug in, is just to make sure it's done well to protect public safety. And if people then don't follow the regulations, it's on them, versus the regulations putting a safety issue in play where they're complying with regulations and creating unsafe conditions.
Any additional questions for Mr. Woodruff?
Thank you for being here. We appreciate your time.
Yeah, good to see you all.
Senator Grahasky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate everyone's engagement on this bill. I'm still very interested in it and want to do it right. I would just offer that I'm happy to talk with Versant, any other engineers in the interim, and maybe if we could have like 2 weeks till the next work session and have time to do that, because I think there's a lot of stuff in the mix right now. I'm just throwing that out there, but I'd be happy to come back with like an actual amendment, send it out in advance of that work session so it can be socialized and get more feedback, and not do too much more today, since I know folks have other places they want to get to.
Thank you. And as with all of these, this was really an attempt to these three very meaty bills to make sure that we have the issues out and can discern whether we needed more information here and there. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd move to table to some future date.
And a second by Representative Warren and Kessler, both. Love the enthusiasm. All in favor of tabling LD 1730. And those opposed? To oppose, the motion prevails. Ending the work session for LD 1730. So thank you, friends, for all of your work today. Lindsay, did we forget anything to adjust?
I don't believe so.
Thank you. We are adjourned.